Shut up or I'll eat you for breakfast like all the others.
Gizmo, get up right now. You are going to be late for class.
Come on, Mom. The rest of the world isn't even awake yet.
You were saying?
Gizmo, I'm outside. We're going to be late for the aiming finals.
I'm so gonna fail this exam. I'm gonna get bullied. Even more than being the only dove in school.
I won't let him. 'Cause we're BOAFTFTS.
What?
Birds of a feather that flock together. Duh. No, let's go surfacing.
But you know it's dangerous, right? Fine. It beats failing the exam.
If you aim and hit these humans, you'll master small targets too.
Cue montage music.
Hey Giz, let's go or we'll be late.
Just let me have one more try. I know I'll hit it this time.
That stupid dove will definitely fail this.
Gizmo, you're next.
and big ups one and all from sunny Kingston, Jamaica. Welcome to day 2 of KingstOOn 2021 Animation Conference and Film Festival, the virtual edition. I'm Caleb. Yesterday was pure greatness, and today will be no different. My co-host Debbie Bissoon will tell you more.
Hi, Caleb, and hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the second day of KingstOOn 2021. Today, we have 4 phenomenal sessions lined up for you, and I guarantee you do not want to miss a single detail. The first session for today is all about the art of creative writing for animation. And here to inspire our next generation of storytellers and give them the blueprint to creating successful characters and stories is Keith Knight, gentleman cartoonist and co-creator of Woke on Hulu. Now, before I hand over to Keith, I just want to remind you that Keith will answer all of your questions via our live chat feature. So, let's get right into it. Help me welcome Keith Knight.
You know, I did my first toast and butter cartoon in the bathroom wall.
It's still there.
I know. Someone drew a dick in Toast's mouth.
Oh, I was drunk.
Okay, I thought that was you. I'm an artist. It's important to preserve a little mystery.
You're not mysterious. Lenny Kravitz, he's mysterious.
Lenny Kravitz, Batman. You're on your way to the top. Newspapers, TV show, movie deals.
So you're Keith Knight?
I am.
It's funny, I didn't think you'd be tall.
Happens all the time.
I just love your work and what you say with it.
Why is it that as people of color, we're always having to stand for something in our work? Just the cartoonist.
Because the world's a racist place.
And that's why I keep it light.
Keep it light.
Yeah, keep it light.
Don't move. Central lead, the suspect in question.
What?
6 foot tall.
You got the wrong guy.
Copy that. This isn't the suspect.
I can't believe they did us like that. Are you cool?
Over here, man. Mr. Policeman did a number on you, didn't he? Now you can be his. It's just like having a superpower.
No.
Crazy was a superpower.
Oh, boy.
What's really going on, bro?
Earlier, I got my ass beat by the police. Now I'm seeing things.
Houston, we have a problem. Man, you woke.
Let's pop bottles, make cupcakes.
Did you guys lighten my photo? I look like Sammy Sosa. Am I too black for my own comic strip?
Oh, trust me. No one's gonna ever accuse you of being too black.
I'm sorry, what?
Down here, my brother. That's right. I'm a talking trash can.
This is all wrong.
I tell you what's wrong. Those man-bun, co-opting, gentrifying devils.
So you have about 30 minutes till they trap you in the sunken place.
Well, it feels like I'm already there. If you were me, what would you do?
You let this out, so you have to deal with it. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
You know what to do.
Boy, I ain't got time.
This is that moment in the Matrix. Do I take the red pill or the blue pill?
I've got both in my room if you want to experiment.
Boy, I ain't got time.
Hey, everybody. This is Keith Knight, co-creator of Woke, and the show's based on my comics in my life. And that was the trailer that you just saw. And I'd like to thank KingstOOn for having me. And listen, let's get right into it about what I do and how I ended up in this position. This is my beloved logo by Keith Knight. I've been using that ever since I was in college. It's always good to have a logo, a recognizable logo, something simple. And what I do is autobiographical comics. I've been doing it for about 3 decades, almost 3 decades, which is kind of insane. But yeah, if you do it for 3 decades, you'll end up with a show, I guarantee you. All right. Let's start it off, shall we? Since Time the Knot a year and a half ago, a lot of readers have been asking me this question. Has this once macho he-master gone all soft now that I'm a married man? The answer is yes, I've gone all soft and supple. It's true. The best thing about getting hitched is being able to use all your wife's girly products in the bathroom. Stuff I wouldn't be caught dead buying in public. Okay, let's see. We've got some anti-crab ointment, anal wart remover, and a peach melba loofah scrub. Shh, not so loud with the loofah scrub. That's right, people. No more scrubbing the nether regions with lava soap for me. We've got rosemary and aloe vera and eucalyptus leaves infused with hibiscus shampoo, organic sea kelp and lamb semen exfoliating wash, colloidal oatmeal, and placenta enema. Honestly, y'all, using this stuff does make a difference. A lot of folks have been noticing. Gee, your skin feels terrific. So that first strip is basically what my the way I do my work, which is you make people laugh. You take something out of your life, you make people laugh, and then you punch them right at the end. That's sort of the way I work. But just let me tell you where I was raised. I was raised in Boston, Massachusetts, and in Massachusetts public schools. And here's the thing, I never had a Black teacher until I was a junior in college. And let me tell you how important it is to have teachers that look like you and prioritize work that is important to you. This teacher was an American literature teacher. And when he assigned us writers, he assigned us Ralph Ellison, Richard Wright, Maya Angelou, and James Baldwin. And when someone brought up the case that you're giving us all Black writers, he said, I'm giving you all American writers. And that really sunk in, because when we're taught American literature, we're taught that Mark Twain is quintessential American literature. Yet this was a teacher who was working within the system to subvert the system and show us that Mark Twain isn't the be-all end-all of American literature. And by getting all these Black writers and learning about the Black experience in the 20s, 30s, 50s, 60s, you realize, oh my goodness, they went through the same thing that we went through. And my work changed from being about keg parties to being about what it's like to be a Black man growing up in America. And my work really changed from there. This is dedicated to that one Black kid, The Cape Chronicles by Keith Knight. This is dedicated to that one Black kid who lives in that tiny ass town off the highway in the middle of nowhere. This is dedicated to that one Black kid who was not into hip hop in high school. Black Sabbath's not Black, you know. This is dedicated to that one Black kid who gets used as the reason why someone isn't a racist. I can't be prejudiced. My mom invited one to my 13th birthday party. This is dedicated to that one Black kid with hair people want to touch all the time. Back off. Is it like a Brillo pad? This is dedicated to that one Black kid who gets told they're not really Black. Yo, man, others don't do what you do. Hey, it's a compliment coming from me. This is dedicated to that one Black kid who always gets asked by white folks why they can't use the N-word. Why ask me? I don't use it, but you could if you wanted to. This is dedicated to that one Black kid who wonders if they measure up to the myth. This is dedicated to this one Black kid. So this particular strip is sort of like one of my most popular prints. And it's like Black people bingo, because folks will look at it and go, oh, yeah, that happened to me, that happened to me, that happened. Oh, bingo, like that. And this was, I guess it was microaggressions before there was a term microaggressions, because I did it long before that. But I know we all experience this as an other. And I know that this translates really well to, say, this one Latino kid, or this one disabled kid, or this one gay kid. And people have sent me all the little microaggressions so I can do versions of that. And it's pretty cool. But I just want to reiterate how important it is to tell your story, because there's so many people out there that can relate to it. It always amazes me the way people react when they first enter my bedroom. Holy smokes, what the hell are you doing with that blow-up doll? Folks are often surprised to find a Feel Me Up Wilbur doll in my bedroom, although I don't know why. Tickle Me Elmo may be the #1 doll for America as a whole, but Feel Me Up Wilbur's been selling like hotcakes in the Black community. They come in quite handy, although not for the use the manufacturer had originally intended. You say taxi, and he's thinking black man equals stabbed in back, off duty, off duty. But wait, look, black man plus white guy equals okie dokie. Get the hell in here, boys. You see, because 5 black men standing on a corner without Wilbur is a gang. But 5 black men standing on the corner with Wilbur is a basketball team with a coach. They're banned in Boston, so I bought a few to send to my friends back east. Oh my God, look, it's Hootie and the Blowfish. So this is another one of my most popular strips. And it really is sort of interesting. I don't do all my stuff about race, but it seemed like those were the strips that people reacted to the most because they just never saw it before in alternative weekly newspapers. And so I just started doing presentations and slideshows on different subjects. And I was asked by a Black website to come up with a second strip. And they wanted it to be a multi-panel strip, but I wanted to do completely the opposite. I wanted to do a single panel strip that was taken from the news instead of my life. So I came up with the strip called Think. And Think is great because I'm able to take ideas that I can't flesh out into a longer strip and then just do these little shots. So I want to just run through these really quickly. Denny's serving black since 1997, if signs told the truth. That's based on Denny's got sued for seating whites who came after black people, seating them before the black people and making blacks pay before they got their food. And so they got sued, and I never went to Denny's again. Your sister had the baby, it's a boy. The exact moment radical black activist Thomas X realized that, yes, indeed, he was an Uncle Tom. What was promised, 40 acres and a mule? What was got? 40 ounces in a pit bull. This just in, police have released a description of the alleged gunman who's been terrorizing the downtown area. Please don't let it be a black guy. Please don't let it be a Middle Eastern guy. Ha, they'll never catch me. Ah, the power of white privilege. A screening for women only, that's discrimination. I demand entry. Hey, Louise, we got another snowflake wanting to get a pap smear. Send him in. The penis monologues of Will Chamberlain, Jimi Hendrix, and Milton Berle. How was it? Way, way too long. You're doing this because I'm black, aren't you? Oh, now see, why do you always have to play the race card? So the race card, black on black crime. What about Chicago? I'm not racist. You know, like all these little things are stuff that generally white people say to get out of what I believe is the biggest problem that America has, and it's a race problem. And whenever we try to discuss it, the discussion only goes as far as when white people feel uncomfortable, which is about 5.2 seconds. And so I advocate that we have to not couch it in white people being comfortable. We have to have that awkward conversation. And I try to do it with my slideshows, with my comic strips on race. We need to sit down and have that awkward conversation. Too many times the conversation goes like this. One night at Eat Gallery opening, frankly, I don't care if a person is black, white, green, purple, or brown. Me too. Who the heck are all these green and purple folks white people are always talking about? I'm sorry, I consider myself relatively open-minded, but I have to draw the line at purple people. I know this ain't PC, but purple people are nothing but barely civilized knuckle draggers. Believe me, I know. I sat next to one in 2nd grade. When I was growing up, a purple family moved in next door and the whole neighborhood started to smell like Fig Newtons. And I swear this one guy was hired at my job just because he was, well, you know. I heard green folks have 3 nipples. I think I'd better be going. Me too. Be careful walking back to your car. The purple people might get you. So for far too long, the discussion has gone this way. And listen, unless Avatar is a documentary, there are no blue people. There are no green people. There are no purple people. Let's couch this discussion in people that actually exist. And honestly, anybody who says they wouldn't be freaked out if a green person walked into a room and sat next to them, I say you're lying. You're lying, lying, lying. Anyway, it's super important, I think, for us to feel uncomfortable, to go places. And you know, far too long, everybody says, oh, everything's hunky-dory, everything's kumbaya. But I think we can use humor, use comic strips, use television to start these discussions and get people talking about things. This is one of my slides from a presentation I do on police brutality in the US. And it really is, the whole all lives matter thing is just drives me up a wall, you know. And I always tell people, if I have a bumper sticker that says save the rainforests, it does not mean F the other forests. It just means that the rainforests are being torn down and we need to do something about that. And it's the same with Black Lives Matter. So when you see Black Lives Matter, don't sit there and go, oh, they're being selfish, all lives matter. You know, it's such a silly, silly thing. Anyway, as I was doing my police brutality slideshow, and here's the thing, one of the reasons why I did it was when I was in San Francisco, living in San Francisco, I was hanging up posters and I was profiled by the police. And, you know, nothing happened to me, but I could see how easily it could go wrong, how you could end up in a very dire situation. And for police, they don't care. It's just like, that's what they do. It's a regular gig for them. But for us, it's a traumatizing experience and pretty hardcore. And this is something that has gone on for the history of the United States. And I want to use the slideshow to show that, you know, police exist because they grew out of the slave patrols. Slave patrols were poor whites that were hired to track down escaped slaves and to keep the slave population in check. And so the overseers, you know, there's a reason why KRS-One says overseer, overseer, officer, officer, officer in his song, Sound of the Police. So what I try to do with my slideshows now is to show sort of the whole history that we don't learn anything in school unless you go to a historically Black college, which I probably should have. That gives you the knowledge, because I've spent my whole adulthood sort of unlearning the terrible fairy tales that we learn in our free public education, and then learning like the truth. And it's hard, but I'd rather know the truth than the fairy tales. Anyway, this is another project that I do. It's called Jake the Fake. It's a kids series, tween, about a kid in school. And what I love about it is the kids my son's ages, and it gives them somebody to read about and to relate to. And, you know, I talk about sort of what I got to read in school. I got more books where the protagonists were animals. Animals were protagonists than people of color. Like the representation was so poor. So it's nice to be able to contribute to a book where the protagonists are people of color. And this leads us to woke. So how did I go from doing these comics to woke? I moved down from San Francisco to Los Angeles when I saw that my industry was going right down the tubes. Newspapers were going out of business, and I was like, listen, I have enough work here that I could probably at least have a chance at developing something into television. And what's important, I think, for Hulu and other streaming services is they're looking for unique voices. And you know, so few stuff has been developed from people of color that like we all have a decent chance of being called a unique voice, because there hasn't been as much stuff made from people of color. So get to Hollywood, everyone, get to Hollywood. But what was interesting to me was I had a mentor in Los Angeles that said, well, you know, you may not want to do animation, you may want to try live action, just because you have a chance. There are more networks that are open to live action. Now, that was then, this is now. Because of COVID, animation is the hot thing now. Animation is super hot because people can do it isolated. You don't have to deal with crowds and putting people together. So if I were to try to get the show done now, I would definitely try to do it as animation. But I met some really great people, some really great producers at Olive Ridge and Sony and Hulu, and they were just really gung-ho with what my voice was in telling my perspective and story. And I was just so lucky to find, you know, all these amazing actors and the people that work on it. Now, you know, I know this is the Animation Fest, and what we have in the show is not necessarily traditional animation, and that is the result of our director, Mo Marable. Let me see, I'll show you some photos. This is myself and Lamorne Morris from New Girl, who plays the character based on me in the show. And that kid right there in the middle is an extra, who just, I guess, was mugging for the camera. Now, Mo Marable is the guy in glasses here. And Mo was the one who suggested that instead of just flat 2D animation, he wanted to use puppetry. He wanted to use all sorts of different formats for it, because he really loved the idea of a real thing that the actors could act off of. And so we had Stupid Buddy in Los Angeles create, you know, trash cans and bottles and the paper bag, and it was just so, I think it really elevated the show from being merely whimsical to being surreal, because you really felt like you could reach out and grab these animated objects. And so I think that really was an amazing move. But this is a picture of myself and Blake Anderson, who plays Gunther, and T. Murph, who plays Clovis in the show. This is during the intense police breakdown in the pilot, and I mean, look at the guy who's playing the cop there. You know, like if you put people, even if you just put actors in that uniform, like they get all mean and crazy, right? Like, I mean, it's everybody else seems to be relatively, but this guy, you know, this cop looks really, right? So we shot, you know, it's supposed to take place in San Francisco, but we shot in Vancouver, and it was really interesting, all the little things I created to make it look like San Francisco. This is a Muni sign. This is the San Francisco's public transit, and this is a sign that they created for just put up in Vancouver to make it look like San Francisco. And it's really interesting because I was really frightened by like, oh, no one's going to believe this is San Francisco. But literally, I've had people in San Francisco go, I was looking for that restaurant those guys were living over for like 2 weeks before I realized that it didn't exist. So, I mean, I think we pulled it off. One of the big, what's it called, Easter eggs in the show is that I play a koala in the 7th episode. So I dressed up as a koala and I got to punch my character in the face. And so if you see the show, which hopefully you will eventually see, that's me in the koala outfit. Oh, and this is me in the koala outfit with my sisters who came to visit the set, and they came from Hawaii and Denver, and it was really great to see them, and they were super excited to see the story come to life. And I just want to say something about my family, because my family I come from a long line of storytellers, and I think that's what we do that's what you do in families, is you tell stories, you pass these stories down to generations. And I think as cartoonists, as animators, as artists, we have the tools not just to tell the story, but to illustrate the story. And I think it's so important that we do that, and we tell our stories, because if someone else tells it for us, they're going to get it wrong. So that's what I always say. So yeah, season 2 is coming. We're in the writer's room now. I'm super excited about it. And there's going to be plenty more animation, plenty more fun, plenty more microaggressions. And I hope that you get to see it and check it out and enjoy it. So that's it for this slideshow. But there's a chat and there's a Q&A, and I hope that you can ask plenty of questions that I can answer for you, and we have a nice conversation about sort of production and creation of the stuff. Really, one of the things that I will say was how great Super Buddy was in sort of, I did all the illustrations for all the live action animated stuff, and we went back and forth and they sort of came up with a design that echoed my sensibility and my style. And I really thank them for it, because it really looks like my animated stuff has come to life. But yeah, feel free to ask all the questions you want. I am here for you.
know that money talks and that the best pitches and most creative projects can quickly go awry without proper investment. Now, to help you with the financial side of things, we've recruited a co-production expert who will give you the lay of the land when it comes to setting up effective co-productions and advise you on these strategies to up your financial game. Now, I know you're eager to hear from our next speaker, but just remember that you will be able to participate via the live chat feature and ask him all the questions right there. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the conference Mr. Alessandro Traverso, managing partner of Radical, a consulting company that takes startups to the next level of commercial development. He has worked with brands such as Discovery Inc., Talking Tom, Telecom Italia, Bob the Builder, Barney, and Thomas and Friends. Please help me welcome Alessandro.
Hello, everybody. It's Alessandro Traverso. I'm managing partner for Radical, which is a company that helps startups with their plans, with their marketing, as well as financing. And indeed, I've been involved in the financing of big shows that you may know, like Bob the Builder, Thomas and Friends, Talking Tom and Friends, Barney the Purple Dinosaur. And I'm here to talk to you about co-productions and financing. And more in detail, we will see how a co-production can help you finance your project, pros and cons of going for a co-production route, what other forms of financing you may have for your project, and also what briefly are recoupments, leaving you some time at the end to ask any questions that you may have. So what is exactly is a co-production? A co-production is an international joint venture development of a project where you have companies coming from different countries. Typically, it's 2 countries that are involved. It can go up to 3. And these companies are working together to share expertise, to share resources, as well as risk. It is worth to be noted that the financing will not only come in form of cash, but may also come in form of goods, as well as production services. Please also note that when you get co-financing from a co-producer, the co-producer will expect to have also co-ownership of the project and will also expect to receive exclusive distribution for the project, for sure in their territory, but they may also demand additional share of the profits from other territories. Now, why do you do a co-production? We mentioned you combine financial resources, so it means that you can raise finances from another territory. That often materializes in the form of a pre-sale. A pre-sale to a broadcaster in another territory, which tends to be also of a greater amount that you could do otherwise yourself and will end up being part of a production budget. Co-production can also allow to access incentives and subsidies from another territory, especially when a co-production agreement is in place. You can structure your content as being local content, not only in your country, but also in the country of the co-producer, making you eligible to receive tax credits and subsidies in another country too. Another good reason to have a co-production is because you can have a better access to a territory that may be important for you. Through the co-producer that will have better knowledge on how to make and distribute content in their own country, but also they will have a good understanding of their audiences and a good understanding on how to make a product that will be a good cultural fit for their own country. Last but not least, a co-producer will be able to bypass often a quota system that may be in place in some countries where only local productions are allowed to be broadcast in certain medium. Another good reason to have a co-production is not only to access a second territory, but even to access a third territory. A particular example that we can give for that is Canada. There are a lot of producers that are interested in having a co-production for Canada, because the co-production with Canada is often more likely to enter the US market. That is due to the fact that there are close cultural ties between Canada and the US. There is a shared language, but also Canadian players will have good connections with US players. You should also consider the fact that when you have a co-production, you can learn from a co-production partner, and you can get better expertise in terms of creative, technical, or business aspects. And this expertise that you can further is something that you can explore in the future for other projects. You should also consider that you can reduce your risk by having a co-production. We all know that creative projects are very, very difficult to predict. And it's very difficult to predict whether they are going to be an artistic or a commercial success. If you have a partial involvement in several projects, then you reduce your risk rather than investing in only one project. You can also use a co-production to access production facilities in a territory that may have cheaper costs compared to the territory where you are normally producing. Bear in mind that it's not necessary to have a co-production to access better production capabilities in terms of cost in other territories. You could always subcontract part of your production to the territory. And finally, you may be able to have a better access to desired foreign locations through the co-producer that will grant you access to some locations where you want to film. Again, it's not necessary to enter into a co-production to do that, but your co-producer may be better placed than anyone else to grant you access. There are also good reasons to decide also not to co-produce. The primary reason probably to mention is the fact that it takes a lot of time and you need to have also additional costs to get into a co-production. To start with, you have to negotiate a co-production deal. Co-production deal does take time, but you also need to hire lawyers that are specialized in co-production and accountants that understand the co-productions. But even when the deal is in place, then you will have additional costs to coordinate production and distribution across the territories, and additional administrative burdens dealing with multiple governments. Bear in mind that the co-production will always be a compromise, so you may lose creative control as well as cultural specificity. And what may happen, because you're compromising with another co-producer, that by trying to appeal to audiences in two different territories, you may end up appealing to no one. And therefore, the project may end up being a financial or an artistic failure. You may also lose control of your finances because part of the budget will be spent somewhere else with accounting systems and procedures you may not be familiar with, and the co-producer may mislead you in terms of their production cost, may also mislead you in how much of a tax credit they will eventually share with you. And finally, as mentioned earlier, you will lose part of your intellectual property ownership. And what may happen is that some of the rights that you have given to the co-producer may end up being the most valuable right that you have. So therefore, the key recommendation for any co-production and the key to success in a good co-production is finding the right co-producer that shares the same creative vision to ensure artistic and commercial success for your co-production. And I would recommend to all of you to familiarize yourself with co-production treaties. It doesn't really matter which one you choose to familiarize yourself with, because they all have slightly different requirements, but they do share a lot of common principles. And one of the main principles that is very important to understand is that all the co-producers have to make not only a financial commitment to the project, but also a creative, a technical, and an artistic contribution. And that can be done using people, using goods, using services that need to belong to that particular country. Therefore, if you were already used, for instance, to do animation in a third country, you have to take into account that any amount that is spent in a third country that is not part of a co-production agreement will have a limitation in terms of total budget that can be spent in this country. And typically, it could be maximum 20 to 30% that could be spent in an additional country. And I wanted to raise 2 points with some examples about point systems that typically are in place to access tax credits, but also cultural tests that may be in place to, again, access additional financing and subsidies in another territory. Let's have a look, for instance, at Canada. Canada has a very specific point system that is based on the nationality of the roles that are working in the production. Looking, for instance, at the director, the design supervisor, the picture editor. These are some of the roles where you need to score at least 6 of these roles out of a maximum of 10. So at least 6 people need to be Canadians in order for you to access Canadian tax subsidies. Something similar is also happening in Ireland, where indeed there is a tax credit system, but bear in mind that the tax credit system is there in place to stimulate filmmaking in Ireland. And therefore, what they say explicitly that they want to promote, develop, and enhance creativity and national culture using film. The use of film is important because it means that animation is something that allows you to access tax credits. But for instance, computer games are not allowed as a potential co-production. If you meet these requirements, and we will look in a bit more detail also at the cultural test, then you can have access to tax credits, 32%. It's a very significant part of the budget that could be financed through the tax credits, which could go up to 37%. There is an additional 5% uplift if you produce in a specific area that the government want to assist further. Bear in mind that this 5% regional uplift will decrease to 3% in 2022 and will decrease to 2% in 2023. As mentioned, we are talking about films and therefore meaningful, significant productions where there is a minimum spend of at least 250,000 euros. Very importantly, all the crew and cast that are working on the show and the goods and services need to be Irish. The producer also needs to be an Irish resident, and the production company needs to be Irish. But on top of this, you have to look at meeting at least 3 points in the Irish cultural test out of a total of 8. For instance, because it has to count as an Irish production, they may request you to have Irish language in the production. Or the screenplay needs to be derived by with a setting in Ireland or somewhere else in the European Economic Union. They can request that also at least one of the principal characters is Irish or European, or they can request that the film is actually an adaptation of a literary work, or it concerns art, or there are historical figures or events that are depicted in the production. I'm listing all the 8 points, but bear in mind that at least 3 of these 8 need to be met in order to access subsidies. Co-production is one way of accessing finance, which indeed you may want to use or may not to use. There are other forms of financing which can be complementary or alternative to co-production. As mentioned briefly, you definitely should try to access pre-sales. A pre-sale is an agreement with a distributor that is aware of the content that you are making and that is prepared to pay a significant amount to get the rights once the project is completed. But bear in mind that the full amount of the pre-sale will only be paid once the project is completed. So you may be able to have a small percentage of the pre-sale amount as an advance to finance your production. But if you want to use more of the pre-sale amount to finance your production, you have to go to specialist lenders that can give you a loan against the security of a pre-sale agreement. Depending on the amount, you may also have to involve completion guarantors that will promise that the production will happen even if it goes over budget, and therefore could step in if for whatever reason the project is derailed and underwrite a completion guarantee. You should definitely try to get grants, because the beauty about grants is that they don't have to be repaid. And you can use these to start development, production, or you can also use them for distribution of your content. We mentioned tax credits that can be accessed through co-productions, but tax credit could also be available in your own country. Bear in mind that tax credits don't come immediately. You get a tax credit when you have submitted a tax return that is based on the cost that you have incurred. So there is always a delay between the time that you submit your tax credit form and when the tax credit eventually come in. Also, take into account that when we were speaking about 32% tax credit or 37% in Ireland, not every expenditure will qualify for a tax credit. So it's something where indeed you would need to have an expert in tax credits to help you understand exactly how much cash can you get out of the production. Of course, you could also decide to have a straightforward debt. So you may decide to get a loan for your production. You may decide, and some people have done so, to put a loan on your house to finance your movie. I wouldn't recommend that, but it's obviously something that is possible. Other forms of financing start, for instance, with soft money. Soft money is a definition that is used for any production contribution that is raised with organizations that are trying to promote filmmaking or the production of TV shows. And these are organizations that are typically not expecting a significant return. So you could use this amount of money to finance the development phase of a film, and these organizations will only expect a return after the production has been completed and after it has started to generate some revenues. You can try to raise equity by issuing shares into a company that you have set up as the owner of the movie or of the TV productions that you are setting in place. Once you have set up all your financing options in place, which means that you have pre-sales, you have access soft money, you have a few investors on board, you may realize that you're still missing an amount to finalize your production. And this amount, this residual funding that you may need to finalize your production is what is called gap finance. And there are specialist financiers that just do that. They provide gap financing to make sure that the project is completed. Bear in mind that gap financing can come with very significant costs, because typically gap financiers will request a financing fee and also interest to be paid immediately, even before the production takes place. So these costs would need to be added to your budget. And take into account also that typically they demand to be repaid in first position when the movie or the TV show, the production in general, starts to generate revenues. We have mentioned briefly the fact that you can get equity for your production. What type of equity investors can you expect to get? Just to give you a brief summary of the options, you may go to angel investors. What is an angel investor? An angel investor is typically an individual, but sometimes it can be a syndicate that gives you money and may also provide some experience and sometimes connections to help your venture succeed. But these individuals or syndicates typically invest smaller amounts of money, between $10,000 and $50,000. This is sort of the range of investment that you can expect. If you need more money, you would typically go to venture capital. And venture capital are organizations that manage the funds that they receive from bigger organizations like pension funds, like endowments, or high net worth individuals. Because they invest greater amounts of money, they typically definitely bring experience and knowledge in the companies that they invest. They can also demand to have a board presence in your company. And depending on the round, they may invest around $2 million if you're having a seed round, or between $5 and $10 million if you're raising for your Series A. A final option to get more equity investor is go directly to the crowd. So there are several online platforms that allows you to get several investors that may be interested in equity in your ventures. And rather than just having one investor or a small group of investors, you may end up having hundreds or even thousands of investors. Bear in mind that with crowdfunding, you can expect, again, as little as $10,000 or up to $5 million, depending on the project. Very importantly, and we will spend just a little bit on this, all financiers will expect to get their money back. With the exclusion of grants, as we mentioned earlier, which you don't have to repay a grant, you have to pay back before your own production company can receive any of the money that is generated by your intellectual property. And this process of giving money back to the investment, it's called the recoupment process, because future revenues in your project are actually secured. You cannot really access them until they are accessed by the other financiers that have entered into a financing contract with you. And it's very important to understand what is the likely flow of money, depending also on the windowing strategy for your content. Let's say that we are talking about a movie. In a traditional world, you would expect first to receive money from box office, then you would go to home video, then you would go to pay TV, streaming, video on demand, You may also have a non-theatrical release, for instance, when you broadcast the show on an airline. Then you would go to free television, and then you would start generating revenues, maybe from music publishing, and eventually from merchandise and any other ancillary revenues. Now, when you enter into a contract, any of the potential financing contracts that you may have before, including co-productions, each financier will have negotiated a position in the flow of money. And the flow of money, it's a flow that will look at the revenue type. We were talking about home video revenues, but we will also look at geographical source. So therefore, it will be home video revenues in Canada. And in the agreement, you will have to pay a lot of attention to what financiers will define as a first position recoupment, second position recoupment, and so forth. For instance, you know, a co-producer will say that in first position, they will recoup money that has been invested from their own pocket into the production in their own territory. And then in second position, they may get a share of the revenues that are generated in the rest of the world. Now, let's look at an example to give you an idea of what could happen with recoupments. If you have appointed a distributor will first deduct all the distribution expenses that may have, which includes taxes, collection costs, residuals, and so on, before they then, in second position, recoup their distribution fee, which may be 10 to 30% of the revenues that are being generated. In third position, you may have actors that at that point want to have also a share of the revenues that are generated from the movie. In fourth position, the same actors or talent, the director too, may want to be paid a bonus. Then you could have a distributor that paid you an advance for, or a minimum guarantee for pre-sales. They would want to get that money back. You may then have a sales agent that want their commissions to be paid. You then may have to repay interest on the production cost. Then in position 8, you may have loans that start to get repaid. And you may also have the equity investors that would expect some of their investment to be repaid. And you could then have another term that you could have deferred fees, again, going to the talent, but only were paid initially a part of the amount that normally they get paid, and some of the amount they get later. And we also mentioned a completion guarantor that at that point would also expect to get back the money that they advanced to ensure that the production was completed. And you see there are 11 steps, 11 positions before you reach net profits. Net profits are not the end, because even then you will have an agreement in place that determines how profits are paid to producers and to financiers. And with this, I had just given you a brief introduction on co-productions, financing, and recoupment. And now, please let me know if you have any questions, and we can open the floor to our Q&A.
The sugarcane man represents the Ugandan warlord Joseph Kony, who operated in northern Uganda for more than 2 decades. Although Uganda is at peace today, the region still grieves for the children who were abducted, killed, and the millions who were displaced from their homes. We dedicate this short film to the people of northern Uganda, especially the children. To this day, Joseph Kony still has not been found, and such efforts have been abandoned. But his legacy of loss remains.
For our global and local audiences, we have a sneak peek into Jamaica's dynamic and vibrant creative industries. This session will showcase successful local producers within the film, animation, and music industries right here in Jamrock. The discussion will be led by the Film Commissioner of Jamaica, Renee Robinson, who will be joined by Jamaican filmmaker Storm Salter, whose feature film Sprinter is currently streaming on Netflix. You have to watch it. And Sky Cinema. We also have music producer and CEO of Grafton Studio, Mikey Bennett, who has composed and produced music for international artists such as Ziggy Marley, Maxi Priest, and UB40, just to name a few. And finally, CEO of Liquid Light Digital and Jamrock Animation, a man with several advertising and animation accolades under his belt, Adrian Lopez. Now, the live chat feature is where you can ask the panelists all your burning questions. And without further ado, let's get right into it.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning, good day, wherever in the world you are. Thank you for joining us here at KingstOOn Virtual Edition for 2021. My name is Renee Robinson. I am the Film Commissioner of Jamaica, and it is an absolute pleasure to be here with you today. We are going to be talking about the film, animation, and music sectors in Jamaica. I know you've been participating in KingstOOn all week, and you've had a wide variety of panels and conferences and guest speakers. And today, no different. We have an absolutely stellar lineup. And in fact, as we were doing our prep briefing right before going live just now, I had a joke with our panelists that their bios were going to be much too long and fabulous for me to read. So I will ask them all to introduce themselves as well. But to let you know who it is that's joining you in the room today, we have Adrian Lopez, who is an award-winning animator and CEO of, well, Jamrock Animation, now Liquid Light, initially Jamrock Animation, and also VR Studios. So he's going to be talking about his space in the animation industry. We have Storm Salter, who is probably, I think, one of the darlings of the Jamaican film industry. We love Storm, we love his work. He's one of our most award-winning and prolific filmmakers, with the most recent successes of Sprinter, which is now out on Netflix and on a few other streaming platforms as well. And we also have Mikey Bennett, who honestly just an absolute veteran and prolific industry member in the music industry. He is a CEO of Grafton Studios with a long history in the recording industry, and he has worked with some of the most high-profile music industries and recording artists in Jamaica's history and internationally. And you really do have a wealth of knowledge in this group with us today. And so I am honored and pleased to be here. It's such a pleasure to be able to moderate the session today. Thank you all for joining us. And I'm going to just let the audience know. So we are going to be taking Q&A after the session. So feel free to put your questions in the chat box. They will be received and the questions will be moderated. We're going to continue the rest of the session as we are, but your questions will be answered at the end of the seminar. So please enjoy the rest of the session. I'm going to welcome our speakers, Adrian, Storm, Mikey. Thank you again for being here. And we're going to just jump right in. And I'm going to go alphabetically. So we're going to start with Adrian. And if you can just tell us a little bit about yourself, about your company, and what has the animation industry been like for you this year?
Okay, well, my company is Liquid Light Digital, as you said, and we, Jamrock Animation is actually a brand under Liquid Light Digital. So we have Jamrock Animation, which focuses primarily on developing our own IPs. Then we have Advert 360, which is more focused on the VR side of things. So we kind of branched out our skill set that we had developed under Liquid Light into Jamrock Animation and Advert 360. We've been around since about 2002, so that's quite a long time. And we've kind of seen the industry sort of change and morph as technology has become more democratized and cheaper, so everybody can jump into it, but it's also made things more challenging in other ways. It's harder to stand out. There's a lot of content out there, and there are new channels out there. So we're looking at capitalizing on all of that. In terms of projects, we have a couple of children's television shows that we're working on under Jamrock. We have a feature film that we're working on that we've been working with the British Council Film Lab on developing that. And we have a couple of other projects in the works right now. So it's an exciting time.
Great, thanks, Adrian. Looking forward to hearing more about that. And well, as you know, I've seen some of the projects in the works and some of the other programs that you mentioned. So definitely rooting for you in all of those areas. All right, Mikey, turning over to you. We're going to the next letter in the alphabet.
Oh, I've been at it for a while. When I heard my bird Aidan say a long time, I was just smiling to myself. I mean, I've been at this for a while, from the 80s. We started Grafton Studios in the early 90s, and it's been everything that I was hoping that owning a studio would have been. Well, I mean, I haven't been there for the past 6 months though. But I remember before we had the studio, I was driving home one night and this song came to me, and the song was just coming. I mean, you know, sometimes you get like an idea. But by the time I got up near Mountain View, I had almost the whole song. And I turned back down to the studio. We had a little room there. And when I went back there, woke up my cousin who was the engineer. I said, listen, we have to put on this idea. And that night I'm saying, boy, and to me, it's one of the best songs I've ever done. And I think to myself, how much I almost didn't get this song. Because you know, it's the kind of thing that happens now and then. You think you remember it tomorrow, but you don't remember it tomorrow. But that has been my journey. I've been blessed by having some really good mentors, including Gussie Clark and King Jammies. And I've been privileged to mentor quite a few young people, starting off with Brian Anthony and Chevelle Franklin, and then moving on. And so I had, I mean, while at Jammies, under the tutelage of Bobby Digital, I met Shabba Ranks and we just hit it off, and I did an album with him, and we were able to do some collaborations with him and Home Tea. And then one day I got a call from Colombia. Listen, we're doing a Shabba album. We needed to write a couple of songs, just a couple of songs. So through that, I was able to be a part of the Shabba journey. So we had an R&B hit house call, and it changed my life. The whole, I mean, you're young and you're hoping and you're dreaming about things, but I never even dreamt. My dreams didn't go that far in terms of what it would mean. And even while it was happening, I didn't fathom it. It was later on when realized that how few people get to have a song on the R&B charts and get to be considered. You see your name in a billboard, or you go to a football game in America and you hear them playing one of your songs. And because we grew up in Jamaica, where we're so close to media, it didn't mean as much to me as it meant to my brothers and my relatives in America. Every time they heard something, it was, hey. But then again, like I say, I've been blessed. In more recent times, I've had the privilege of working with some youngsters at UTech under a program called Free Jamaica, Masters in Residence, where we've been able to come up with a template, pretty much like track and field, to sort of identify, groom, and nurture young people. And I had no idea I would enjoy teaching as much, mentoring as much, under a system. That lasted for 2 years, but it has left within me this because wanting to do some more of that. So my next thing going to be master classes and all kind of things, documenting, and so I'm really happy to be among these giants in this other other side of the creative spectrum, and looking forward to this evening's conversation.
Dear man, absolutely. Thanks, Mikey. And good to see that you're reinventing as well. Opportunity favors the prepared. And so, you're taking these opportunities now and shifting into different areas. So that's great. Although I have to tell you, so just recently I screened a documentary that was executive produced by Shaggy, and it was talking about the birth of modern dancehall in Jamaica. And when you mentioned, so you're mentioned in it, King Jammy's mentioned in it. Some of the people that you've been working with are all mentioned in this documentary that I recently screened. So definitely a pleasure to have you here and to be.
What's the name of the documentary?
Experience. It's not released yet, so. Oh. I got a sneak peek, one of the perks of being a film commissioner. But
okay, cool.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Mikey. And speaking of film, let's head over to you, Storm. So tell us a little bit about yourself, what you've been working on, what has this year been like, and everything that's going on.
Yeah, man. Well, blessings. Thank you, KingstOOn, for having me, and also it's great to be a part of this panel. I definitely feel like I'm amongst people who are giants and really doing it, doing it for the culture and beyond. In terms of film and my journey, I'm from Negril, Westmoreland, and grew up in a very creative family, and always knew I had to make art. And somewhere along the line, and taking photos and all of these things, I just realized cinema to me feels like the ultimate art form. It just feels like something that combines so many things, architecture, fashion, lighting, music, so much, right? So obviously that's what I needed to do. So I tried to go for that. And when I finished high school in Jamaica, I didn't leave Jamaica knowing I was going to go to film school, but I just knew I had to go, get out. And ended up having the opportunity to go to LA Film School, which was very hands-on. And I had a number of mentors along the way, like Director X, music video director, used to be Little X, and others along the way that kind of took me under their wing. And I just think I wanted to make films, but there's all these different spaces, music video, animation, art. I've always been making visual art. I'm always showing work in galleries or National Gallery Museum, internationally, whatever. And I'm a multi-hyphenate artist, I guess. But to me, it always comes back to film and to cinema, right? So in terms of my projects, sorry, my dog in my bark, hope he's not making too much noise. But, my first feature film was Better Must Come, which for a first film and for it to be a period piece was quite a large undertaking. But again, we had to tell that story, and that was a story about Jamaica, a very transformative time in the 70s to 80s, and worked with a bunch of filmmakers to start the New Caribbean Cinema Collective, which was basically our effort to find a way to make films without really having the elephant in the room, which is the money. How can we leverage all the talent in Jamaica, all of the drive of these other filmmakers, folks who want to make their first short film, have been doing other things, and it was a community effort. We all worked on each other's films. We made 7 short films. We turned them into a feature film, showed them at festivals, streamed it, did all of that. And then my most recent project is Sprinter, which also did well on festivals and is now on Netflix and is all up across Africa streaming. It's in over 40 countries in Africa. It's in the UK, and it's available worldwide. So for me, I've just been trying to build steps and try to make pathways for the work that I want to make. But the idea is every time we kind of cut a path and prove a point and prove our viability, it's for a group of us to now come through and just keep building on that. I'm excited about this because I'm really interested in animation and design. I can speak about it a little bit more as we go along, but there are stories that I think animation are best suited for, and I'll speak on that a little more too.
Great, thanks, Storm. And I also need to tell you a little backstory as well, because I remember coming to Flashpoint, and I used to love coming down to Negril when that was going on, which was one of those early film festivals with, I think, was that New Caribbean Cinema and Ring the Alarm was that all in the same time period, right?
No, it wasn't. That time period, we were making a bunch of short films, and Better Must Come, the first cut was like, the final Flashpoint was when we showed the first cut of Better Must Come. And
I think I was there.
in Port Royal, yeah. So no, exciting times. And I think it influenced a lot of the other film festivals that have been in the Caribbean as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So absolute pleasure to have you here. So thank you. Thank you all, gentlemen. And well, as you had started out, Storm, thank you to KingstOOn for having us, and particularly to our partners as well, the World Bank and the Office of the Prime Minister, who are making this happen. So making it possible for us to be here, to have this conversation. Now, as you know, today we're going to be talking about a little bit of a diversion from the core focus of the KingstOOn Animation Festival. We're going to be talking about all of the various disciplines. So film, animation, and music. We're going to talk about the intersection. We're going to talk about what that means for Jamaica right now, for the Caribbean right now, to be a part of these sectors. And so that's where I really want to start us off. And I'm going to just ask you guys to, encourage, unmute yourselves, open the conversation. I want this to be a free-flowing discussion, so not like a pointed Q&A to you. But I want us to talk first about, where are we right now? What are you guys seeing as the existing state of the industry for film, animation, music in Jamaica, in the Caribbean right now? There's so much work that has been done and so much more to do. So, from your experience, your perspective, where are we now, state of the industry for film, animation, and music? I'll probably ask Adrian, maybe you want to start because we are leading off with the animation side, and then Storm and Mikey jump in as well.
Well, as I was saying, I think this is a time of great change. I think, and the pandemic has helped with that. But even before that, we saw these changes happening where traditional broadcast channels were losing viewers to more mobile, on-demand channels. And I think as a result of that, we've now got more avenues to show our content. And it's just a matter of finding the right channel for your content, and where all that means. And along with those opportunities comes the challenge, of course, that there's so many more providers of content out there that it's now more of a challenge to separate yourself and make yourself stand out in that crowd. I think that's the essential thing of where we're all heading. That's really where it is.
Okay, cool. Storm, Mikey, thoughts?
No, I mean, I had to research Adrian. I mean, I'm in the industry, and it was kind of preposterous that I wasn't as familiar as I should be with it. But I mean, well, I asked him all, and of course, she went on about, the thing. But then I did my own research. I mean, I know Storm long time. I know most thing about Storm and thing. But it speaks to something that we need to deal with in Jamaica. How somebody as involved as myself in the creative industry, not as aware of Adrian. And like I said, I see this as a new frontier. All of these youngsters sitting in front of screens every day, and they're making beats, and they're making music, and they're making, but it all comes down to creativity. Our dancehall scene, our party scenes represent almost caricatures of the culture sometimes. People dressed up as this, people carrying on, people overdoing things, but it's part of the creative expulsion, then, the explosion of the Jamaican culture, which is just a wonderful and fascinating thing to be a part of. And I just want to play a role in making sure that a lot of the youngsters who have the talent and can feel that here is something that I can get into. I'd love to get to know a little more about the whole process. I know it has to be very demanding based on what I've seen with a motion graphic person we had at the lab. But unlike people from my generation, this generation now don't seem to have a problem sitting down in front of a screen for hours and hours and coming up with stuff. Right now, it's majority is audio, but I figure if that once it's opened up, I mean, you see every now and then, as Tom would probably see, youngsters using them iPhone to come up with a little new video for the stuff, and this is the next step. That's the next step of of exposing the culture, of hearing out the culture, So I'm really excited about the possibilities of it, and want to be not so far away from it in the next couple of years. I want to at least be hands-on to know who the players are, what the potentials are, so I can whether lend my influence or just be a part of it, have it as another tool to expose our their creativity.
And following on what Mike was saying, I've always felt this way about us being maybe whatever it is about Jamaica's history, whether the fact that we were a colony and we have these very kind of set ideas of what you should be trying to do, what you should be aiming for, what's worthy. It's taken a very long time for that. I mean, it's still very much implanted in people's minds. Like there's a lot of youths I find that I will meet that may go to school and they're not really set, like that environment is rough for them, not because they're not super smart, but it's just, it's not so open to like different folks learning different ways. And also the types of careers you can go for, you still think the only relevant ones, the only ones that can make money are this, the regular doctor, lawyer, yada, yada, yada. And maybe it's a little bit expanded, but the reality is that's still planted. And then there's a lot of youths that because they know that they're not drawn to that, it will even themselves, they would say, yeah, man, me no make for school, or me no this, or me no that. Like I found that before, but then you find that that same person is a flipping genius when it comes to motion, editing, sound, harmony, like, I've known many of these youths, and many youths who just, their circumstances mean they just never had the opportunity to even go to a school that really had certain things. So I've always thought we need to broaden the ideas of what are viable career opportunities. A lot of those classical careers are overcrowded anyways. And in the film industry, as you know, we have some very great film professionals, but if two big movies come here one time, you can hardly staff both of them with the same level of talent. So
true.
A lack, and I need. Sorry, go ahead, Mikey.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, so there is a need. There are open positions. Like I need to find some more folks that are in, say, art department, or are in, camera, or in, it's like I actually need that. People always, jobs might come to me that I can't handle and I want to move around. But a lot of youths don't even know those opportunities are there. So there's like a link there that we need to kind of connect, because a youth who feel like he's not meant for school or meant for this approach just doesn't realize yet that the thing he wants to do is actually a viable thing, and that's a gap we need to bridge. I know Edna Manley is kind of is a school where a lot of our creative kids end up going to, and even in that environment, I think we should just keep, I just say, Michael, like how you find an athlete early and you recognize what their talent is, and you're funnel into their event, and we need to be doing that. And because at the end of the day, that is why Jamaica is the cool place, Jamaica. It's because of our culture. So let's get like mechanized about how we pull up this creative talent. Is my thought. And yeah,
man, absolutely.
Like high school should have classes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think they do have animation at Cape at present moment. But again, you're absolutely right. Like the actual funneling in the same way that we do it for the sports industry, are we also doing it for the entertainment industry? And Adrian, you touched on how digital technologies have changed. Mikey, you spoke about that too. I mean, and so obviously the opportunity for stepping into these opportunities is shifting and changing and growing and blooming, but are we in fact stepping into these opportunities in the most efficient manner?
Well, yeah, this is as you speak about that, because I've had my own thoughts on this, and then I feel that we're talking about our colonial background that Storm mentioned. We tend to think of training in the same way we've always thought of training, where you must come in and you sign up for a 2-year degree and degree programs and that sort of thing. And I think that alienates much of the target that we're trying to get. And we need to have programs in place where they can work directly intern with the studios and work hands-on right away, rather than going into this long 2-year degree that's going to cost how much money. Come up with other programs, which is what we're working on now, where we can bring in people to train with us, and we train them right up from the start to work in a production environment, rather than they go and spend all this time in university or in a college to develop a skill that by the time they graduate may well have changed beyond what it was when they started.
I mean, Mikey, I imagine you've seen quite a bit of that informality in the music industry side of it. But there's always, as you said, there's always talent coming out. There's always people who want to get into the business and who are trying to advance through these informal ways, right?
Yeah, and because of the sheer numbers of, like I've mentioned before, that our studio population has exploded. I mean, when I opened my studio, there were probably about 30 studios of the kind in Jamaica. Now there are probably over 3,000.
Wow.
What it has meant is that there has been a significant fluctuation in the level of the quality then. So you start from bad mixes to really good mixes. But there's an absence, there's a need for a structure to post situation train a lot of these people. So we need a mentorship system, we need an apprenticeship system, and we also need to expose a lot of these people who are doing that to all the other areas, the motion graphics, the film, because creativity knows no ends. And a lot of people who are doing music now, because they love being in front of a computer, would be well suited to be editors. If you can use Pro Tool and mix a song, I mean, with a little training, you can be an editor. Right. You just want to know that, okay, once every year, Storm or Adrian putting on some workshops that gonna say to people, listen, or to the government that be, here is something that you need to enroll youngsters, because we need to move them to another level so that they can be more employable, and we can start marketing them to the rest of the Caribbean, to the rest of the world. If you want a Jamaican feel in your motion graphics, check Adrian. And Adrian have a whole cadre of youngsters who are going to say, listen, I have a bidder for a client. Right now, I have not been to my studio in a couple of months, but I have not stopped working. A client called me and said, Sabi, I need certain thing. I have 3 musicians, 3 set of people I call. I say, listen, I need a beat for this. I send to 3 of you. Usually, has one of them guys send me back something that I can use. So in other words, it can be remote, but these people all of them were trained by Edna Manley, which is like, so in other words, people like myself can utilize talents, that developed talent, but also I want to assist in the development of these talents, the helping to place them, helping to identify them, batting for them with governments or with various agencies to fund, not hand out, but fund education, fund hands-on education. I think Jamaica needs at least Edna Manley needs to put in a reference music so we can know whether we think sound good. And I'm sure Storm would love to see some more, CPTC get more equipped so when people come into him as apprentice, they're not coming green with the eyes open. And same with Adrian, some place that he can pass once a week and lecture and do a thing. So the country needs to recognize what you guys have and what it can mean to developing other youngsters. And that has to be the future. That has to be the goal of some education ministry, some people. And if it's not the goal, we have to get together as creatives and say, listen, here is what we're going to do this.
Yeah, and I think it's also interconnected as well, because even so, Mikey, you mentioning that there are, to your mind, currently about 3,000 entities that function in a studio capacity of, various, as you said, some different quality levels and whatever. Adrian and Storm, what would you estimate? And we actually we've just concluded an economic impact study, which it's in its final stages now. But even that, like, what would you guys say is the current state and the current capacity for expansion? I think of it in terms of accordion type, scale up, scale down for the animation companies that exist and for the film companies that exist.
You want to start off, Storm?
Okay. For me, let's say I think there's opportunity for people in many fields here, because look, for an example, I think for Sprinter, like thousands of people were hired in every single thing, from catering, construction, like makeup, wardrobe, so in this, that, like painting, like going all the way through. So I think recognizing that can be ongoing. I mean, one of the things I'm more pushing into TV as well. So especially in terms of what I've been doing for the last year, I've always been developing projects, but what the pandemic has done is it created a slowdown in production, and I said, okay, let me spend that time getting all these ideas properly baked. And one of the big goals is to continue to get film projects that are shot primarily here or heavily shot here. But the real goal is to get a TV series greenlit here, because then you're talking about 6 months or more of locked in things. And at that point, you have to train people just to sustain it. And I feel like, and I'm gonna say nothing yet, but it's moving. It actually is moving. We're developing Sprinter into a TV series, and it has legs. It's going places. Like, so hopefully I can make some announcements soon. But and there's other projects that we have in development too. But it's like thinking, how can we create a situation where the money is gonna be there, because the thing has to be created, and then you can kind of fill people in. There will be department heads from other places that will come in, and they'll need that support. So I think a big goal is bringing work here that provides opportunities to get everybody trained and pulled up a bit. And then beyond just big projects coming here, I feel like the established industry needs more people. I think it can handle more people, and I see whole new sets of folks. Enough work where Muda here, Bota, Yuda here, other people, that's sorted. Like there's a lot of teams, so it's actually happening. So I do think Jamaica is always a place that people are coming to shoot stuff. Our musicians bring a lot of production here. There's a lot of production happening here, filming our Jamaican talent, photographing them, everything. So there's always need for that. NPR is doing stuff, Rolling Stone, everybody's doing stuff. So I do think that this industry can really broaden out, and if we can do and I know, like animation, for example, because it requires this, as far as I understand it, like a lot, like people, processing power. It's like almost factories. It's art, but you're doing it in this, like stacked.
You need enough people.
Yeah, we need enough people, and I think that's our fundamental problem. We don't have enough people, especially in the animation and visual effects industry. We just don't have enough people. We don't have the population of India or the Philippines who are kicking it in animation now. But we don't have that volume of people. So the people that we do have, we have to really train them up well, and then once the project's coming in, once you have a lot of projects coming in, the training will have to happen. As Storm says, it has to happen. We're trying to create our own project. We have our own animation project, but we also have our own TV shows that are working as well. And we're designing the show specifically to need animation and visual effects. We have, I don't know if you remember the project that we spoke to you about, to the Film Commission about Dark Waters, the horror and anthology series. We've got 13 episodes already scripted, and each one of those episodes are going to need visual effects and animation. But they're all live action series, typical anthology horror series. But they're all going to need visual effects and animation, and that's something that our studio by itself can't do. So we may have to outsource to Trinidad and hopefully around the region and get everybody together to produce these shows. But I think that has to happen in order to get the volume of people that we need. Because we're a small island.
So it's, I mean, the opportunities are there, and people are willing and are ready and willing. We need to bring them. We need to make sure that they're available and that they're trained. Have either of you seen any shifts in global demand? I mean, we started talking a little bit about Jamaica, and we all know Jamaica is the home of cool. So have any of you seen any shifts in global demand towards identifying more Jamaican content or talent for either outsourcing or for working? I mean, I know productions are always coming in, but have you seen any shifts in that in terms of just the cultural legacy of Jamaica?
I think we're seeing more of a call for diverse content. I don't know about specifically Jamaican content, but certainly they're looking for more diverse content, even in animation, hair love, and that sort of thing. They're looking for darker skinned people to be represented in film and television. As to how much that actually plays into what actually gets funded, I'm still not sure. It's talk is cheap. But when we went to Cannes, for example, everybody's talking about diversity content. But the number of projects that were actually diverse, that got money and got funded and produced, seemed to be a lot less than they were talking about. So I'm not sure how well that translates.
Yeah, I would add on to that I think what happens, and just in the time I've been like trying to pitch projects to Hollywood basically and to industry people, I've actually seen projects that like people are like, nah, don't bring that up to me. How are we gonna get an American in there, or how are we gonna do this, or how are we gonna no, keep it in Jamaica. No, that's what we want, right? What really I guess makes a difference is not the artists as much as the people, the decisions. Now there's companies that have like more diverse executives. They have consultants that deal specifically with like ensuring your diverse content is not, opportunity. So there is a certain amount of backroom stuff that has to keep changing. I think a lot of time, because some of these folks, if they don't have the experience, they can't make that decision. And then so many people have tried to meet the diversity quota, kind of, faking it a bit and making poor decisions because it's not coming from the right point of view, and they've been called out on it. So now they have to hire these people. So thankfully, the decision-making boards in the larger spaces are changing the way they look. I can see it in the meetings that I'm able to get and the interest I'm able to get in projects. And I imagine that would align to animation. A friend of mine who's a producer just announced a project which is almost like not Powerpuff Girls, but that kind of energy of animation in Africa, and almost like a Wakanda-esque type
Vanessa's
space
project,
in Africa.
right?
Vanessa. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Vanessa's project, and I believe Ita Nyong'o is signed on to be a part of it, and like that exact thing could be from the Caribbean as well. Not the exact thing, but you understand it's ticking the boxes and it's telling the stories that they're now ready to hear. So everyone wants a piece of it. Michael B. Jordan, anything that is like Afro, futurist, etc. they're on. So, and I'm really excited to hear about what you have going, Adrian, and I hope that you can move, because I think like genre stuff, horror, like all of that is exactly what we need to be doing. And I do feel that because we don't have the numbers, we need to have the ideas to stand out. That's how we win in Jamaica. Like, it's so hard to make a movie, for example, and I'm sure like a feature-length animated, it takes so long. You better not shoot and miss, you know what I mean? You have to really hit the mark. It's not you don't have the built-in numbers at home that can support economy, so the subject matter doesn't have to be global. Like, nah, our writing needs to just, like, we have to be coming with the ideas, making sure the writing is solid, because I think that's how we win. And I think if we create IP or new ideas that we own, then it's like Studio Ghibli. Like, Studio Ghibli is Studio Ghibli out of Japan because their stories are just out there. Like, the animation is amazing, but it's the most mind-bending stuff that you can watch. And it is, and it's like, I think that's the model that we should go for. And
But Studio Ghibli did have a lot of government support incentives and that sort of thing. I'm just saying.
Yeah, true.
So, yeah, just saying, whoever's listening, incentives really help, so that when we have great ideas and we're looking to bring over production crews to help produce and shoot here in Jamaica, that there's a reason why those investors are going to invest in this project, because they're going to get, rebates or whatever the case may be. That would really help.
Yeah, for sure.
That science fiction adventure that we're working on now, and that's fully live action. It's set in Jamaica way in the future, 150 years, and it takes a look at what Jamaica would look like at that time. And it's going to need a lot of visual effects, a lot of animation, but it's all live action. It's going to be produced, shot like a regular science fiction film. So we're going to need, all that crew can't come from Jamaica. Certainly not the kind of camera equipment we'll need for that. Camera support equipment, motion tracking equipment, all that stuff's going to have to come in from overseas. So all that kind of stuff would be good if we could have something in place that can, incentivize people to come here and produce.
Yeah, I hear you.
Like Trinidad has done. Trinidad is doing fantastic things. Yeah.
I know we're probably going to be running out of time shortly, but I do want to, first of all, to remind the audience that you can put your questions in the Q&A box. But what I want us to definitely make sure that we get covered before we do have to wrap is in terms of, just moving from that global demand for Jamaica, for diversity, for Afrocentric. I know this has been, music industry there's always been this global demand for the music industry, for the Jamaican music industry. But how are we seeing that translate, or not that, or any other thing, but how are, where's the money side of it? What are the revenues that you guys are seeing across the globe? I'm not asking you to tell me how much you make, but just where are you seeing the revenues emerge, the different revenue streams emerging, whether it is through, what you're creating and then finding avenues for distribution or export, or if it is working in collaboration, whether it's partnerships, outsourcing, or touring, like where are you seeing the revenue streams for these sectors now?
Since the digital age, reggae and dancehall has taken a beat in terms of record sales, music sales. However, the demand for the Jamaican, the dancehall experience, as presented by touring and things, has risen. Still, unfortunately, I think enough people not making it to that other level, but it hasn't deterred. Unlike film and stuff, the capital outlay for a song is not that crazy. And like I said, with kids doing it in their bathrooms and things now, the outlay is not as much. What the music has done though is created this appetite for things Jamaican, brand Jamaica. So the experience that people have going to a dancehall show or a reggae show or coming to Jamaica and going to the various parties, stay with them. And it is by osmosis passed on to family members. So people looking for this kind of thing. So even things like the patois, how we use our languages and things. And I think I must congratulate Storm for how effectively, they have not abandoned the Jamaicanness within the films. I mean, in other times you'd hear, the people with this crazy like a pseudo accent that just turn off me and most Jamaicans. So I'm happy to see that we are proud of the accent now and realize how powerful it is, even if we have to put a little type something below it. The challenge in is going to be how to monetize. And I just got some feedback recently that although our album's not selling so much, the streams for the YouTube channels and the stuff that people do in podcasts have been going up significantly. So it shows that there is interest. I was talking to someone from Africa recently, and they're so excited about wanting to bring, because she's a professional in Africa, and she said in Nigeria, and she says the I mean, she feels so proud to be a Jamaican because everywhere she goes, somebody wants her to sing, somebody wants her to dance because of how we created the thing. And she just wants us to find a way to monetize this world interest. And don't leave, I mean, a lot of times we think America first or, West first. But Africa is there, loving the colors, the rawness of the things that we put in out and things. Another friend in Ghana was telling me that they have these dancehall video parties where they just go and all that is on display, some of the dancehall videos, and guys sit and drink and for hours and spend a lot of money. So that part of the culture is also very, very exciting. So anything that can give these things a chance to cross over. But one of the things that benefited us in Jamaica, me personally, was when our music started to cross over into the R&B charts and stuff, and realized that with a little tweaking by an American remix and thing, without diluting our thing, we can turn it over to somebody to give an American interpretation. So it worked, so you end up with a house call, or you end up with a Shaggy's album, or things like that, or with what Sean Paul been doing. It's not happening for enough of us, but still, and all the audience for Jamaican stuff, Caribbean stuff, continues to grow, and is just waiting for the next set of superstars to be unleashed, them to be discovered and trained with that kind of thing.
Well, I'll jump in. So I was thinking that in terms of where the money is, it's if you're a creative that works in audio visuals, you're a director like me. I direct commercials as well, and I do think the commercial world work, doing advertising or branded entertainment or whatever, definitely is a big, props up a lot of the creatives' lives. That's a lot of the creatives' almost day jobs, is doing this commercial, doing this and doing that. Every once in a while, you need to make great art doing that stuff, because sometimes the right project, I mean, if you're doing a commercial about, a can of beans, you might not be able to make great art. But if you're doing a commercial, about a brand that is, aligning with lifestyle or sport or something where the art and, all of that comes in, all of a sudden, you have the equipment and a palette to really do something that's visually great. I mean, I find a lot of the tricks that I learn and try to put into my films, I test it out on somebody else's equipment and somebody else's shoot, so that I can pull it in. So there's definitely always a cross-section of the corporate commercial world that keeps a lot of us going, that is not going to change. And I think we should build out more expertise to be able to provide more services. I remember doing commercial campaigns here where, certain things they want, we feel like we have to go overseas to get, and I don't think that should be the case. And I do see a lot now, like things are at a point now where that's not necessary. Like there's no aesthetic or style that is not achievable by our local, say, animators or VFX folks, you know what I mean? For the most part in that world. So I do think we need to build out our ability to service that industry in Jamaica, in the region, internationally. Like when, these international companies are sending people here, like they don't need to send all of their top people. Like a lot of times, at a certain point, Puma realized, man, why are we gonna keep flying in directors to do this shoot with Bolt when we know that Storm can do it? That's really what happened, because I was putting up in the position like by Maxine Walters and her team to even be on those sets and to show what I could do. But once you get it on your show, now they're like, no, okay, yeah, he can do it. We know what he can do. And I think we need to show that we have international ability. In terms of the other money, like, yeah, we are making films that can be put on streaming, that can be distributed. I mean, there is a certain level of quality, storytelling, awareness, etc., that you need to kind of hit. But if you hit it, you can find a home. You can find a home. And a lot of these, and it's going to keep changing in a year, it's going to be even more intense, and people are looking for localized content. So I think like you can tell your Caribbean story. We just have to get to the point where you could watch it in another country with subtitles and feel like, yeah, we're doing it. I do think that we have a lot of talent, and the place we need strengthening is story. We have so much great literature to be adapted. We have so many great young storytellers. I think we need to strengthen our ability to tell stories that connect on a global level and to put that into all of the things we put out. And then we'll be really cooking on gas and really turning out a lot of stuff that can cross the waters, you know? Because I think that's kind of key. You know, it's key for our work to hit outside of Jamaica. Also, another thing, in this viral time, I know time I run, you know, there's these youths like the Prince Pines and so on who are so talented and they're doing it with their phone and like a mop and a bucket, and the lo-fi-ness is what's kind of funny about it. But the creativity is absolutely endless. And if your idea is good enough, it will go viral. Just send it to, you know, ZJ Sparks. And if she like, you know, she go and drop it on her Instagram and it's gonna go zhoosh, right? So it is really down to the idea stage. And if production can kind of match up, you know what I mean? I think like if you make a 5-minute thing that is genius, it's gonna go viral and you have to build on that. One more thing, sorry. Someone made a fan video of like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, right? They made, what if Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was a dramatic series, and they did a trailer that nobody asked them to do. They just did it to prove what they could do. That is now becoming a series, right? Because it went viral, right? So, you know, just take the steps.
Definitely. Definitely.
I think. I mean, all that is fantastic to hear those stories, but I think also at the same time we have to remain realistic about the whole model of filmmaking and revenue, because we were introduced during the film lab. We were introduced to the revenue waterfall by some overseas producers who came in and they came and gave us some seminars on the whole idea of revenue and how it all breaks out, and they gave us the harsh reality that Lord of the Rings has yet to turn a profit. People have made money off it, but the project itself has not made a profit. So when we're going into this whole filmmaking and animation, feature films, you need to have an understanding of how that works, because you can get in problems committing a lot of time and effort into doing something that will never really see the light of day, because there are many other aspects that are not going to happen. So you need to research the project carefully, look at other ways to earn money, repurpose your skills, repurpose your content, your media into other things that can earn money, especially when you're look at what people are looking for, what they need, and cater to that, rather than coming up with something out of the blue and saying, hey, buy this. Look at what people are looking for and tailor make a product to fit that, whether it's promoting their product, their services, or whatever the case may be. But don't expect them to buy what you want to make. Consider making what they need and sell them that. I think that's another way of looking at it.
Absolutely. And I think that's definitely a Sinchan. I mean, well, Adrian, Storm, you guys know this about me, but I'm all about the business. And so as much as we know that we need to be able to have persons who are trained in the technical craft of stuff, one of the core factors that we need are people within our industry who understand the business of entertainment. Right. And I know this has also been something that has plagued the music industry, is because everybody wants to be an artist, but you know, who's handling the business, who's handling the money, who's making sure that, you know, as Adrian, as you mentioned, the waterfall economy, or you know, any of the other types of structures which are prevalent and which are well known in other economies, in other jurisdictions that have mature and robust entertainment economies. All of those structures that are embedded, those are some of the things that we also need to start having a mastery on. Right. So, you know, I think that's definitely an area that, you know, we look at what it is that we have in terms of our cultural legacy, what it means to be a Jamaican creative, what that means in terms of competing within an international marketplace, being able to create what it is that the audiences are demanding, whether it is film, animation, or music. There's always a demand from an audience. So looking at what it is that we're going to be able to create for that, to meet that demand, ensuring that we have the resources and the skills that are on the ground. And as you said, Storm, you know, a lot of our international companies, I mean, the math that we've done is that now we're probably about maybe 65-70% local crew when an international production comes in. They're just bringing in heads of departments at this point. So, you know, we're seeing some of that starting to shift now, and a lot more quickly than it had before. And then, of course, even in terms of music and finding things like synchronization opportunities for Jamaican music within any of our screen-based projects, because there is always this vibe and this demand for the Jamaican music. And many times that is what draws people to our screen products as well. I'm sure Stormy experienced that with Sprint and the soundtrack, so trying to make sure that those interconnections are there, but definitely like bringing it back home to saying that we need to make sure that we are also understanding the business of things and that we're structuring our business deals in a way that's going to become viable for all of us as creatives in this space.
températures sont fraîches, mais vous allez voir, le week-end va nettement se réchauffer.
For all you budding animators who want to understand what it really takes to create an animated TV series, this session is for you. Up next, we have Florian Wagner, supervising director at Mainframe Studios and expert character animator who has worked as a creative and animation director on projects like The Dragon Prince, The Adventures of Puss in Boots, Jake and the Neverland Pirates, Teen Titans Go, and Nickelodeon's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now make sure you jump into our live chat where you can ask any questions that you may have. Now, let's join Florian Wagner for an exciting journey into the process of directing an animated TV series.
Hi there. Thank you very much for inviting me to KingstOOn 2021. I'm excited to be here and talk with you guys today about how to go about directing an animated television show. I've assembled a few slides to walk us through the process, and I'll try to cover the scope from the very beginning, because one of the most important points of emphasis you'll see in my slides is to make sure that you plan for the scope of the project at an early stage, and that you go into the production prepared. So in this particular presentation, the emphasis will be not so much on the in-depth creative process, but it will be about how to go into controlling the details of the creative process so that the right decisions are made at the right time and the end result comes out in its strongest possible form. So let's dive right in. On my first slide, we're talking about what I'm sure you're very familiar with, which is the Project Bible. That's the source of inception of any project. That's where you start sharing it with your potential partners and people interested in the project. But also, this is probably a tool that you're going to be using to attract additional talent, to build up your crew, to find collaborators. So the Project Bible really has to cover a lot of ground in its earliest stages. It's going to require initial designs for the characters and the locations, very important. Often people overlook the locations part. But you want to give a general idea of what does it look like? You know, what is going to be the visual representation of the show? Because that's probably what's going to get people most excited about it at first. That's going to attract their curiosity. And of course, you want to set up the core story of it. So what is it actually going to be about? That's the first question people will have. It also has to define the characters that are going to be the main actors in the series. So who is it about is the question. And the next question we have to answer for ourselves is our target audience. Who's it for? As a director, that's probably one of the key questions you have to ask yourself, because that's going to carry a lot of directorial choices. Some of the design and story and character description choices are often coming from a writing and producing point of view. But once you ask yourself, who's it for, it's as much a production question as it is a direction question. So that kind of steers our storytelling. If it's a preschool show, for example, very different rules apply than if you're doing something for a slightly older audience. The most comprehensive way to add premises is also a helpful idea, because you want to get a sense of how is the storytelling in these episodes going to be? Where is the entertainment going to be? Is this going to be something that is very funny in a silly way? Is this going to be something very compelling because there's a lot of action adventure elements? Is there going to be a lot of effects that embellish the action? That will all be quite important to understand at an early stage. And so these things, along with, of course, defining some of the technical things that I'm mentioning at the bottom of the slide here, will now formulate a plan for you. The plan is now, what are we actually trying to create here as a show? And so I've titled this slide with Plan the Dive, Dive the Plan. I'm not a scuba diver myself, but I really love this expression that they use, at least here in Canada, for diving, because it sort of explains in a very simple way how the most crucial part of going through the process of a production from start to finish is really the initial plan, right? You want to have set out on a course of action that you know is going to be successful, because as a director, your most important objective is to bring the maximum value on the screen. Of course, value consists of entertainment, but value also consists of visuals. Value consists of a variety of different things, and value also, in the end, will mean that you are actually able to deliver your episodes on time to your broadcaster or to whoever you've partnered with to produce this television series. So it has to be completed on time. It cannot go beyond the budget scope of what you've set out to do. And so you have to be very careful about how to best plan this. And I've listed a few points here to try and explain how to keep that under control. Schedule and budget are very important also from a directing standpoint, not just from a producing standpoint. The first one outlines how it will immediately tell you the staffing schedule. When can you bring on collaborators, animators, storyboard artists, designers, and how long can you keep them for? This is important because you have to get them at the right time, not too early, not too late. You want to make sure that you get the value, so meaning the money that you're spending on these resources onto the screen as successfully as possible. Then along with that comes a plan for quotas. How much do people have to accomplish per week, for example, in order to stay on targets? And the milestone dates will explain when does this have to be delivered to somebody else? When is somebody else going to have to review this and give you feedback? And of course, then the deliverables. So what in the end will be delivered to, say, the broadcaster or whichever partner. All these things are important to know beforehand so you can work your way backwards in planning out each step for maximum success. So the last thing here is a pretty lengthy point. You can see it's called the assumptions. The assumptions are something that is often overlooked in the early stages of a production, but for a director are very important because this will define certain limitations that you will have. But what I'm trying to explain here in my little set of slides is that limitations can be a very beneficial thing for the creative process. If you know exactly how many locations, how many characters you're planning for, you can get the maximum value out of those characters and locations during the script writing process. And you can translate that into every stage of the process, the storyboards, the animation, and in the end, you'll ensure that your animators will be able to complete the project as planned on time because you did not plan for more material to go on the screen than you had time or budget for. So you can see how these things are very closely related. It's very important to do a test first. Now, this comes in a variety of different ways. You can either plan for having an entire episode planned out first and then produced. That gives everybody a certain sense of reassurance that things will come in on target and on time. But that's not always possible, and it's become less popular over these past 10 years, I would say, because people feel like a lot of time is lost on this, and it balloons the production costs quite a fair bit because first you ramp up for a one episode project, and then you ramp back down, and then you have to go back into it. Sometimes a year passes by before you go back into the full series production, and that's not necessarily attractive. So sometimes it goes differently, and you create a proof of concept. That proof of concept basically serves you as much as everybody around you, all the stakeholders, to try and define how are we going to best put the value onto the screen? How is the style going to be? Is this going to be a very animated piece? Is this actually going to be somewhat limited in its animation style? But the entertainment is going to be carried by the dialogue, by the interaction between the characters, right? These things vary from show to show, and again, you have to be very careful in planning for just the right scope so that you can get the maximum entertainment within your means, within the schedule and budget that's been given to you. So ask yourself what needs to change is one of my main points here, because you might have to change something. You might realize that if we are going to go into the full series like this with this much animation, we might not be able to stay on schedule, and that could become a big problem, could be a great source of pressure for the entire team. From here on, this is still sort of considered pre-production. You develop two different things that will be real guideposts for the process. One is the style guide. The style guide will define the visual clues a lot more concretely. So it will define shape, color, composition, work with the camera. So how are we going to put visual side of this storytelling on the screen. What is important? It has to be recognizable and in some ways original if it wants to set itself apart from other projects out there. And it's usually a good idea to try and aim for that. So a solid style guide will be a great foundation for, first off, creating something that is original and unique and stands out. But secondly, it will also lead to nobody being surprised by the outcome. If you've shared the style guide and all the visual goals that you have for the project with all the stakeholders, then there will be less surprises. And usually less surprises lead to less asks for revisions or retakes or reworking aspects of the show. And that will, again, provide a more successful process. Beside that, you need a writer's Bible. The writer's Bible will define our characters in a more clear way. They will define arcs for the characters, if that's a possibility. They will definitely define the style of the storytelling. How wacky do we want to be? It's animation, so chances are we want to get some wacky or otherwise comedic entertainment out of it, but not every project is based on that. So you really want to define that, because eventually you will have multiple writers working on your project, or at least the likelihood of that is fairly high. And you want to make sure that you get as much of a consistency in there as possible. Consistency is really going to be what defines the quality bar of your project. So consistency is, for the director and for the producers, one of the big topics. Dialogue samples to get the flavor of the dialogue style implemented across different scripts written by different writers, very important. And sort of a preview of the season and what type of episodes it will cover, or if there is a through line, which becomes more and more popular now in animated projects as we're going to streaming platforms and we're gearing more towards binge watching type of viewership. We need to have a bit of a plan, where are we coming from, where are we going to over the course of the first season. So these things are going to be important. Then we go into the first stage of production, I would call it. That's when the department leads join. Now, of course, it will depend on the scope of your production. You might have a small project, you might have a larger project. So this might not all apply to your particular case, but let's keep it in mind that in even a medium-sized production, usually here in Canada, we do think of these as individual positions that need to be covered off by certain specialists. So let's look at it that way, and where we want to combine things, it's always a possibility. I'm breaking it up into 5 different sections here. The scripts. A script editor will usually look after this consistency I was just speaking about. So that's why the writer's Bible is so important, because the director can help define the writer's Bible, but then leave it to the script editor somewhat to try and keep everything consistent and on targets. And the director can start looking towards whatever needs to be dealt with next. Voice casting and recording. Usually the director is very involved in that, but there will be a voice director often that works directly with the actors, which is important. Actors are a very specific breed of individual, and they need a very careful handling. So you want to get the most out of it. And usually it takes a skilled person to handle that in the best possible way, somebody who already has a strong connection to these actors. Then in the design realm, there will be an art director that hopefully will help implement the style guide. Same thing. You hopefully as a director had some sort of input on the style guide and defining the project, but now it will be in large part up to the art director to deal on a day-by-day basis with the designers, so that you as the director are freed up and you can look at everything in equal measure. Storyboards is usually something you will probably be more involved than the other aspects. So it's kind of interesting to try and offload some of those responsibilities I mentioned before, so that you can keep your eye a little bit more on the storyboards. That's where it all starts coming together first. And so it's really important for you to make sure that all these style choices that you set out to bring to the project are being implemented. And there will hopefully be a story supervisor to assist you in that effort, but chances are you're going to be very involved with that. And of course, as it goes into the next stages, I'm mentioning animation here as just sort of a global general term. The animation director should already start getting ahead of it and plan for the type of action, the type of acting, the type of posing, and the type of expressions that are going to be used. If it's a project that is going to use Maya, for example, or that's going to use Flash or Toon Boom Harmony, it is always going to be a good idea to plan for an animation library, because this is something that will again bring a lot of visual consistency to your project, but it will also help the animators speed up in their process. So eventually they will be very thankful to have access to walks and runs and certain phonemes, certain expressions that they can take advantage of when they're trying to animate their material. And again, it will give you that consistency. When you're working with the scripts, you kind of now have to keep an eye on two things. There is going to be an entertainment aspect, but there's also going to be a scope aspect here. So when the scripts start coming in, or when you're writing them yourself even, you want to try to plan for about 1 page per minute on average, but that's really a very rough average. Usually you want to try and maintain control over that by actually timing yourself out with a stopwatch while you're reading it out loud to yourself, or ideally in a table read scenario where several of you guys are sitting together and reading it together as a group out loud. The dialogue alone will give you a good indication if you're going to be too long or too short. It's usually more going to be a problem that you're going to have to do too much dialogue. So keep an eye out for that. If it goes above 85% of the full duration of each episode, it might already be a problem. So then you might have to consider shortening it. It depends on how much action has to happen in your show. If it's a very dialogue-driven episode, not so much. But if you want to leave room for things to actually happen while somebody is not talking, you have to factor that in. So 85% for me is always a good measure. Talking heads is one of the points I'm mentioning here. Something to avoid a little bit, because you always want to give business to your characters so they can express themselves. They can also move the storyline along, because it will help embellish them as real, true individuals that have an actual life, that gives a certain sense of reality to their everyday performance. They can be just walking while they're talking, but they can also be doing other things. You know, they might be knitting, they might be, working in the kitchen. They could do anything, but it will provide for a richer visual experience. Again, thinking along those terms of bringing value onto the screen. You're just getting more valuable things to present to the audience. And of course, whenever there is action, you should really think about what are you going to accompany that with. Is that going to be music, or is there going to be some dialogue needed? In the voice record, what is an important decision early on is if you want to record a group of actors together in the same room, you get a very nice and interesting dynamic out of that. So I really always appreciate that, and I usually prefer it. It's not always possible, especially when you have child actors. It becomes tricky because young children really need to be coached quite a bit. So it's something to keep in mind. If you have to plan for individual takes, it puts more burden on the director to make sure that eventually everything comes together as a lively dialogue experience, and it doesn't feel like these bits of dialogue were recorded in individual isolated takes. And that takes some mood and activity notes from the director. It's usually a good idea to go into the voice recording session having made these notes beside the script so that you are planning for something. Say, if a character is running while they're speaking, that should definitely be something that makes it into the voice performance, because eventually you're going to get a richer result out of it. It's going to feel more real if you hear the voice doing the activity that the animator is going to bring to the episode. And the same is true for mood. Sometimes in the heat of doing these recordings, especially if it's fragmented in the way how it is being recorded, you can easily lose track of the actual arc that is going to be told in the episode, what type of mood the character is going through. Maybe he's feeling defeated at some point, maybe he's feeling rejected at some point, and that needs to be heard in the way how the character speaks. So it's definitely something you want to bring in there, some energy that has to be in there. So make some notes for yourself that they can help steer that. And a Walla library will help you later, because a Walla library is this combination of different sounds that you might not know that you're going to need while you're doing the recording for the dialogue. But eventually, when you put the animatic together, you realize, he could be saying a little bit of something, or maybe he's just jumping and I just need a bit of an effort sound here. Where am I going to take that effort sound from? So it's always a good idea to sit down and plan for just a few little effort sounds from every one of those characters, and a few little things that you think are going to be needed, like a yawn or cough, maybe something that will eventually help you bring voice to something that is otherwise maybe a little too bland and lacks some sort of embellishment, audio embellishment. From a visual standpoint, the main model pack is the starting point. So here you're really going to define all of your locations and characters and props that you're going to be planning for before you really go into episodic production. So it's the main array of elements that hopefully you're going to be using over and over and over again. The characters in their regular outfits and their regular costumes and all that would be a typical example for that kind of thing. So you want to try and go into that. Again, depends a little bit on the methodology used. If you're doing a 2D hand-drawn process, it's a little less tricky because there is no real library, there is no real asset that you can go back to. Everything has to be hand-drawn anew from scratch every single time, but chances are you're going to be producing something based on a bills-based process, and then you really want to have these things in place. Also, don't forget to plan for hero props. Hero props are usually things like vehicles or other complex machines, maybe things with moving parts in it. So they definitely don't just count as a regular prop. Usually my rule of thumb is to count them as the equivalent of about 5 props because of the added complexity in designing it and in building this kind of item. And don't completely forget about effects either. Effects are an important part of the visual. So if there is something that's particularly frequent and recurring, that's definitely something you want to start planning for during the main model pack stage. You're also at that point ready to figure out the more specific instructions for the storyboard team. So you want to try and give them some clear guidelines of what to work towards. And one of the most relevant things here at this stage is the character on screen average, something that gets easily overlooked when you don't pay attention to it. But it will eventually make sure that you, again, and your animators can deliver the material on time, because you actually were able to plan for the correct amount of animators to complete a certain amount of material over the course of multiple months. And it basically means that when you take the cross-section of the entire episode, so say if you're working on an 11-minute episode, I would usually always expect it to come in at around plus minus 200 shots per 11 minutes. Depending on the style, could be less, could be more, but that's sort of the ballpark. So now you want to make sure that if you divide all these shots up and you kind of take a cross section of how many characters are going to be on screen in an average shot, you really don't want to go above 2.5 unless you make extra accommodations for it in the budget and the schedule, because it becomes very character heavy, and character heavy shows just take more time and usually cost more money as well. So try to keep it at 2.5 or less if you have a modest budget. The camera work can also add complexity and cost, so definitely something to define very clearly for everybody. Again, it's also going to give you more consistent results if you're working with multiple storyboard artists, to try and define how are we working with the camera here, how are we using, it's my next point here, image composition. Do we want to always bring something in the close foreground, for example, or is this not part of our style? Do we want to have a little bit more of a flat style or very deep style? Or a lot of backgrounds going to be at a 3/4 angle or not so much? These things will definitely define the look and feel of your show. And so you kind of want to try and define that. It's a natural evolution of the overall style guide that you now hand off to the storyboard artist to help them make good decisions on your behalf. And then you can review it and, of course, double check for this. The last point here is my do not poses, or verboten poses, they sometimes call them. Usually there's poses that are to be avoided for whatever reason, either because you might not like that particular gesture or that particular expression, or because somebody else in the stakeholder group or on the broadcaster side does not like a particular expression. Typical example is if somebody's supposed to be pretty all the time and some expression is deemed as not appealing, then they will tell you not to do that. Angry eye expressions can often get called out for material that is made for very young children because there's a fear that angry will upset the children. So it's things like that to be aware of. The animation library, again, it depends very much on the technique that you're using, but it will help build something that your animation team will be thankful for, because it will help them use something as a starting point. They don't have to use it one-to-one. They can always alter it a little bit because they might have to. The speeds of the walks and runs might vary from shot to shot or from sequence to sequence. And the expressions might also need some adjustments, but at least you're giving them a foundation. One thing to bear in mind when you're building a library or thinking of a very complex model pack for a hand-drawn project are hands and feet, because in my experience, hands and feet are one of the most time-consuming things in any hand-drawn or Toon Boom Harmony or Flash production. They usually eat up, believe it or not, the majority of the energy of the animator. So it's a good idea to think ahead for hands and feet and try to build out a fairly robust library, or at least a set of very strong model sheets for hands and feet. Now it's unleashing in its full potential. So I've broken that up into 6 points here. There's the scripts. Now you should be getting an episodic script every week or every other week. The design is in full swing. You have to break down the episodes and check that the parameters are being kept that were based on the original assumptions. The voice casting and recording takes place, ideally also every other week or every week. The animatic is usually assembled by an animatic editor based on the storyboards that are starting to get kicked off and then are coming back to you out of the storyboard team. And of course, eventually the layout, animation, effects, lighting, compositing start up as well. So now we're going into the full production process. Let's look at the episodic scripts here. So I mentioned the production parameters and also the limitations. I'm talking about limitations a lot. What I've learned over the years that limitations usually result in much stronger writing, because in a way you're forcing the writer to work with the characters that they have. And that usually results in more character-driven entertainment. And that usually is actually much richer entertainment than basing every visual joke on a visual new costume, on a visual new hair, on a visual new prop of some kind. These things are quite expensive jokes. And if you compare it side by side with a script that is a little bit more character-driven and actually works with the personality of the character, you'll notice that usually the cheaper script is the stronger script. So it's not always a good idea to just throw whatever at an episode that you think you can, because in the end, somebody's going to have to design, somebody's going to have to build, and somebody is going to have to animate all these things. So embrace limitations as a source of better creativity. It usually works. I've seen it work time and again. And so the production parameters, like I said, are the natural evolution of the original assumptions when you first planned it out. And now hopefully you know we can afford to do one new big location per episode. We can maybe afford to do 20 props per half hour, per 11 minutes. Maybe it's more, but it's good to know. And maybe there's a way to, if you only did 12 in the one episode, maybe you can do 25 in the next. You know, there's usually some sort of fluctuating give and take between individual episodes. You just have to be careful that in the end, the workload for the design and builds teams does not exceed what is actually possible to do in any given week. And so there's a few small little extra pointers here I have. There's usually you get elements in scripts that read very funny, but don't necessarily translate into strong visuals, because maybe they're just based on a funny term, a funny expression that the writer uses, but that's actually not visible, right? It's just something that sounds fun when you read it. So always put your director's hat on, try to visualize in front of your mind's eye and see, is this actually going to be funny once it's playing out as a shot in my episode? And always keep your character consistency, right? Always check, ask yourself, is this really something that this person would say? Is this the individual? Again, going back to the idea of character-driven storytelling being the most successful with your audience, because people will fall in love with your character, right? They will actually like the character for who this character is, and they'll appreciate them for that. And keep timing your scripts. Keep a close eye on this, and tell people if you feel it's becoming too long, or maybe it's becoming too short and you need a little bit of extra business somewhere. So then the rough design and the final design are summarized in a sheet here. The rough design should incorporate anything that the story artist is going to need, because as a storyboard artist, you don't want to be tasked with having to design something on the fly while you're also storyboarding. Not usually a good idea, because it will take time away from the storyboard artist for doing their part of the process. They'll have to sacrifice something else, and you don't want that. So it's a good idea to try and give them at least a rough concept sketch of every element, and also provide them with a size comparison that kind of explains how large or small this character, this new object, or this new location is going to be, so they can build that in and use it as accurately as possible. Top-down floor plans, I'm a big fan of that, because you can really plan your staging in that. You can communicate that clearly from design over towards story, over towards directing, and even people in layout and animation can make use of that kind of planning. So it's usually a very helpful tool. And you have to think ahead for characters changing costumes, or maybe the costume or faces being impacted by mud or any other item, somebody eating berries and he's got a berry mouth, or there's all kinds of ways of how you can have to end up doing a redress for a character. So it's something to plan ahead for, as are stages of props. So if you're actually doing, like say you're eating a sandwich and the character progressively eats this sandwich while the sequence continues on, and you see the character talking, you will probably need more than just one bite missing out of the sandwich. And maybe at the beginning, the sandwich is actually completely new with no bite missing yet. So these are kind of things that you better plan for, because eventually somebody's going to ask you that question, and the director is going to have the answer for that. Then actually kicking it off into storyboards and animatic, you're going to walk this through all these little details with the story artist, and you're going to talk about that sequence by sequence. So you kind of need to make sequence notes and hand that off to the story artist. And you've got to communicate to the story artist, whose story is it? Who is actually sort of the main person we're following along for this? It's not always the main character. Sometimes one of the incidental or side characters takes over a little bit and becomes a little bit more integral. And so that needs to be communicated. Who's the sort of the main storyline, the main through line, the A plot here about? And that needs to be something the storyboard artist then needs to follow. Of course, the story artist needs to understand the entertainment, make sure all the jokes are clearly understood, there is an actual appreciation of the entertainment there, because if not, you might have to explain that, or maybe it's not the right script for this particular individual, and you can still reshuffle it and give it to somebody who maybe appreciates the entertainment more. Now it's time to walk through all these things, the top-down view of the set, the rough designs I was mentioning, all these things. Another thing is important is to let the story artist know if you're particularly interested in seeing a certain screen direction happening here. So usually because of the way how we in our part of the world at least read from screen left to screen right. Usually that direction is considered something that is a little bit of a progressing and somewhat easier passage. If you see a character move from screen right towards screen left, usually you feel a little bit more resistance, a little bit more obstacle. So it might be a good idea to plan for that and think ahead and communicate that to the story artist if it is important to you. The character screen average, all the complexities, like I said, that has to be communicated to the story artist, because at this stage, the story artist will make decisions for you that a lot of other people will have to follow suit on. The layout artists, the animators, everybody will have to work with what is being provided to them as a blueprint to now build these shots. So you want to make sure that the parameters are on track. And when it comes to layout, you're basically now going into two very different realms. When it's a CG, like a Maya-based show, for example, you're talking about something completely different than when it's a 2D show that's either hand-drawn or maybe harmony-based or flash-based. So these kind of venture off into two different realms. In a 3D sense, it's more about placing a camera in a set that is actually a 3D set. In 2D, it's much about drawing backgrounds and planning for backgrounds and painting the background. So it sort of ventures out. So I'm going to stay fairly general here. It's basically now splitting up into two very different individual handouts or kickoffs, if you want. The first one is about the story and the characters. So here you want everybody moving forward, the layout supervisor, especially the animation director, of course. Usually you want to hand it out to them together if possible. You want them to understand, again, what is the story about? Where's the drama? What do we want to emphasize here? Is there a mood here that needs to be carried through camera placement and through angles in the background? And how can we support that? That's sort of more the creative aspect of the handout, but there's also really technical, which often can take longer to do than the actual storytelling handout. And that handles all kinds of complexities like effects, for example. Let's discuss who's doing this. Is this going to be something the character animator is going to supply? Is there a dedicated effects animator, or does it maybe have to be a combination of both? Or is this really a post thing and it's going to be mostly handled in compositing, and you don't want the animators to invest too much time and thought because you feel it's something that can happen completely independently? These things are important to communicate with everybody involved, so people don't end up making mistakes and doing the same thing twice, for example. Again, it's about prop and costume continuity. It's about very special lighting scenarios. If there's a moment in time where the lights go dark and there's only eyes or just barely anything visible, for example, or if a red light turns on, if there's candlelight of some sort, you probably want to try and discuss these things. They might need a color key of some sort from the design team, and this might not have been provided. So this is a good time to find out about it and discuss this with the supervisors. The staging challenges are important because sometimes you have something in the animatic where you know it's going to be a restricted area and it's going to be tricky to deal with. So you as the director really have to guide the team through to avoid them running into insurmountable problems later on. And then they'll create something that is not high quality on the screen. You want to try and avoid that. So provide them with solutions. So provide them also with answers to questions about high parameter shots. If there's all of a sudden a shot with a whole stadium filled with lots of people, what's the solution here? How is this going to be done, right? How many characters actually have to be animated? Is there a way we can cheat this? Is there a way we can work around this? These things need to be resolved before the artists start working on it. And same about staging choices to cut around complex action. So hopefully there is moments where you don't have to show that a character kneels down and takes off their shoes, for example, which is very hard to do, or somebody puts on a jacket. These things don't need to be shown necessarily. So try to work with the team to avoid unnecessary complexities and focus your efforts on the things that are necessary and that are going to bring, again, the maximum value and the maximum entertainment on the screen. So now as you're going into animation, you're going to see this ideally in two stages. I'm thinking of layout stage as a first initial stage. That will be the starting point, but then as the animators take over, they will show it to you as a posing pass and then eventually as an animation pass. And you really want to see it at both stages, because at the posing pass, you can influence how the storytelling is coming across, how the choices are being made for expressions and acting poses, how the story is being told and how the characters are being portrayed. And it's a good idea to give them feedback at that point if you feel something isn't working right. Ideally, you try to do this in what I like to call a moving forward note. So I attach a lot of moving forward notes at a posing pass when I see that something needs to be changed, but I don't think it needs to be changed right now and done as part of the posing pass again. It might be something that you can add for the animator to take care of as they take it into the animation pass. So posing pass being basically just the key poses that carry the action and tell the core of the story. And then as it goes in animation, it's more about how is it happening, how fast is it happening, how much time is being dedicated to each piece of this action on the screen, and is this going to communicate clearly to the audience. So it shifts a little bit from the initial how was it staged to how is it being executed. Those are two kind of different ways to look at it, and I think it's important to try and deal with these notes in two different stages. At that point, you really don't have much of a choice. Eventually, the animator is going to get your notes and is going to have to implement that. But ideally, you've already discussed also the core acting choices at posing time. So these don't have to be reiterated anymore. And of course, effects, again, something not to be completely disregarded. Depends on the style and nature of your show. This might be a very simple show that does not need real effects, and then it's a non-issue. If it's a very busy action adventure show, you might need that, and you want to plan ahead and think about it. And then, of course, come the final steps. Now it's already fairly far along. Now I'm breaking this up into 4 blocks. There is a music block. The director should write some music spotting notes so that the storytelling, the mood, music is basically the way how you can make the audience feel like you want them to feel. And in some cases, how you want to make sure that the characters perceive to be feeling. So the music controls the mood and the emotion of your storytelling. So it's very important. So you have to write some notes towards the person that handles the music to try and implement that in the right time, in the right place. Very important there is when to not add music, because usually when you provide gaps where the dialogue carries and the sound design carries, then it will result in a stronger storytelling. If you do what they like to call a wall-to-wall music pass, usually you lose clarity and you lose a little bit of storytelling intensity. Sound design is the opposite part of the sound wall. Wherever the music does not carry, you usually want some sound design to carry, and that means sound effects, Foley, so something that a person specifically creates, but it can also come from a CD that provides high quality music, sound effects of some sort. And so now you can sort of create that. So again, because you're planning for the mood and the emotion to be explained as part of the music pass, you also want to make sure that you plan for the sound design to create storytelling clarity and also likely comedy. It's a lot of comedies being carried through this, but also sometimes scary moments, right? So you want to clarify that. But again, try to think of both as almost like a balance of the same thing. You don't want to plan for the drama to be carried by music and the sound effects to carry the drama as well. You know, it doesn't work. It's better to dedicate and clearly differentiate that, because this is being handled usually by 2 different people. So you as the director want to make sure you control that. Where's the emphasis here? Is it music or is it sound design? And then the final mix brings it all together. That's hopefully when you're sitting in there and you can help control the levels and bring that all together. So the cohesive result hopefully will bring the clarity to the storytelling and will bring the right mood and emotion across. And then it goes to color and post. So last opportunity to create consistencies. You might be able to tweak the colors if there is some sort of color differences, some color shifting happening. And of course, we want to make sure that from a technical standpoint, everything is broadcast safe and broadcast proof. So there's black and white levels that need to be considered and all kinds of other technical finishes that you want to make sure you leave to somebody, a post-production supervisor ideally, who can keep an eye on that for you so that the broadcaster and their technical team won't have any issues with what you're delivering to them on the due dates. And that takes me to the end of my presentation. I hope that you found that interesting. I hope that there was something in there for you. And I think what we want to do now is do a little question and answer session. So please let me know if you have any questions that I can go over with you, and hopefully we can learn some additional stuff together. I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts about my presentation. Thanks so much.
love our sponsors, and it was a pleasure to hear from them. Thank you for tuning in and checking out the people who powered this 2021 virtual staging of the KingstOOn Animation Conference and a Film Festival. We'd like to thank all our sponsors and those who participated to make this such a fun and inspiring event.
So here at Toon Boom, just before I start, just want to say that we offer multiple softwares that help you in your animation pipeline. So from handling your files and your schedule with Producer, to making your storyboard in animatics with Storyboard Pro 20, or to making your layouts in animation and compositing inside Harmony 20, we've got you covered with multiple solutions that are going to help you make your production a success. So now let's get started. Today what we're going to see together is Harmony 20, which is our production software, where you can do both hand-drawn animation as well as cutout animation, or even hybrid, which is a mix of both. If you're not familiar with the terms paperless and cutout animation, it's totally fine. We're going to cover that in the demo. So I'm just going to start by opening the software. And right off, when you see the great thing is that you can work in multiple camera sizes, multiple frame rates. So this won't stop you. We also have a lot of help resources to help you learn the software. I'm going to cover these towards the end. And here I'm just going to get started by giving a name to that scene. So I'm going to call it the demo, so we can just get started. And I'm going to save it on my desktop. There we go. Create the scene. Oh, and if you already had some things open, you could also open them. But yeah, just start here by creating the scene. You can see that it created a folder on my desktop. So this is Harmony, and as you can see, my interface is a bit cluttered by lots of icons, and this is because Harmony will take you from the beginning stage, like planning your layout, planning your animation, rough stage, up to compositing. So there's a lot of things to know and like play with in the software. So one way that I like to make it easier to work with is just to go in Windows and always restore my default workspace so that I can start fresh, and that's what I'll do so that it's easier for all of you to follow. So this will like clean up my interface and remove some things that I might not need at the moment. So then here you have the all fresh, all ready to start Harmony. So as you can see here, I can move the windows, actually called views, as I want. If I want to focus on my drawing interface, I can also hide them by using the little triangles or using a couple of shortcuts that are also going to help. So if you press Ctrl or Command F, you can also go from focused to getting back your views. So that's very useful when you want to work fast. As I said, these views, you can move them around. As you can see here, I have a little rectangle and I can like move these views around. So if you have multiple screens, it's very great to work in multiple screens. I only have one, so I'm going to take that window and place it back where it belongs. Yay! All right, and as we also have the views, we have the toolbars, which are these things right here. And depending on what you're doing in the software, you might need a few more. So it's super easy to just customize your interface. You right click, you can find more toolbars for what you need. So the one I'm going to bring in is the pen settings, and I'm going to show you what it does in a moment. You can call these toolbars in your software, but you can also integrate them inside the views to make your work even easier, especially if you're running a multi monitor setup. There you go. So now what I'm going to do is use a very cool feature called the library right here. And this is what I'm going to use to bring in some little assets for our demo. So let me just take that file that is like a baby Harmony file. It's like a smaller Harmony file that I have on my computer. I can just click and drag it to import it. So it's very easy to bring in assets as you work. These assets can be PSDs, they can be character rigs, they can be animation rough, or just reference. We usually have our show Bible in there that you can just bring into reference. So here I have a couple of frames, and all these frames are going to take you through our different drawing tools. All right. So the great thing, and one of my personal favorite thing about the software, is that you don't have to choose if you want to work in vector or if you want to work in bitmaps. If you're not familiar with the difference between bitmaps and vectors, one way to put it is that bitmaps is what you would find in most painting software, where you have a very, very textury line that looks very close to what you would get on traditional medium like paper or paint. And on the other hand, you have the vector line, which is a very, very solid line like this. They all have pros and cons. Usually people will go for bitmap because it looks better, like it looks more natural. And usually people will go for vector because of how customizable and flexible it is. Like usually in softwares, you cannot move a bitmap line like that. You can only do that with vectors, like we have here. But the beauty with Harmony is that you don't really have to choose one or the other, because the software actually offers you both, like you just see here. And not only does it offers you both, it also allows you to merge both together in what we call textured vector brushes. So this looks like a bitmap line, but actually if I click on this little line with my centerline editor tool, it'll allow me to move that line, which might seem like a simple thing, but when you're sketching and roughing your animation, this will really help you out. And I'm going to show you that with that beautiful character. So here I have a line that is a textured vector brush. So if I want to take the line here for the face, for example, and I'm not satisfied with how it looks, I can then click on that line that I previously drew, sorry, and then I can move it to adjust my drawing, which is very great. And speaking of the drawing tools, a great thing is if you have your brush or your pencil or any tool, one thing that really helps to learn the software quick is that all your properties of every tool are always located into the tool property window, or view, I mean. So you can look here, and I'm going to change between different tools. And you can see it's always updating there. So it's very easy if you're new to the software and you're like, I don't know how to use the brush tool, or I don't know how to use the pencil tool. Then here it's just, it's easy. At least all the things you can customize with that tools are all located inside the same window. So that is really helpful. Speaking of which, I'm going to show you another tool. So we do have a brush tool that is amazing to do rough sketches. Which is something I'm going to show you in a moment. But we also have the pencil tool, which is very great to do the cleanup process of your character. Because the brush is really responsive, and it's the feeling of drawing with it is really great because it's very responsive, and we have many ways to customize your brush. If I go here, if I go to the solid vector brush, I have a couple of shapes that I can choose. I can also edit how these shapes look, making it for a very, very responsive drawing. But where it gets really interesting is that you can also go to the textured vector, or just a normal textured bitmap if you're on a bitmap layer. And there is so much things you can customize, from the brush tip, the hardness, the spacing. You can also edit the transparency and flow, both. You can have dual tipping, and you can also add some paper texture to this. You can also make your tips you can make your tips yourself and bring them in. It's very easy to customize a brush. And not only is it easy to customize a brush, depending on what your needs are, It's also very easy to customize a pencil. So let me show you what a pencil does. The pencil is what we usually use to get a very clean line work like this. And the beauty with the pencil tool is that if I select my lines, I can change the way they look after I drew them. So of course this is not super great, but if I want to use it to make some lines very thin because I am having a camera movement, this is where it's a feature that really shines. So if this is my default pencil, and I want to have a camera movement that closes up, sometimes this is too thick. So I'm gonna get my lines to be thinner. And this is something you can adjust with your camera movement. You can link them together. You can do it frame by frame. It just depends on what you want. So it's a very, very powerful tool for cleanup. But the beauty is that it doesn't stop with just being a like pure vector, very solid look. You can also get a very textury look that still is a pencil. So this is a textured pencil. You can get any texture that you want, really. Now this is a bit like a crayon felt texture. But if I go here, I can even change not only the size, like I said, you can still change the size, but you can also change what the texture looks like. So you can get a very, very textury look that is very customizable and very flexible. And of course, this can also be added in comp. So if you have less powerful computer, you can also just use a solid vector line like this one. And then only in post, you can then set a texture to your line, which is great. If you want to fake if you want to fake like having multiple drawings drawn one after the other to have a boiling line effect, you can just copy paste your art, and by clicking on this icon called Edit Gradient Texture, you'll be able to take your line, and it might be a bit subtle, so I'm just going to make my line a bit bigger so that everybody can see here. You see, I can then take my line here and I can move it, and this is going to make my texture boil. And you can do this all over the drawing. It's just that if I do it, it will be a bit hard to see since it's going to be, I will need to zoom out. But being able to move this every frame takes seconds, and it really brings life to your animation. So this just goes back to Harmony. One of the Harmony main feature is that all the feature that we add in the software comes directly from the user's need and the studios that reach out. And it's always to make your pipeline more effective and to help you save time. So this is just another way that Harmony can make you save time. Sorry. And the last thing I want to say about like the drawing tools and the colors and all that is that we have a very unique palette system. And that palette system, what it does, it allows you to, after you draw it, so you have an animation and you'll be able to change the color and adjust them as you go to change the look of your character. And this can be done after you did your animation. So it's very easy to take decisions and maybe adjust the look of your character. But I'm going to show you that into the next example. So I'm going to get rid of that little guy. And to do that, I'm going to go into my node view. And just to show you quickly, Harmony supports both the timeline approach as well as the node view approach. So the timeline is great for timing, it's great for animation. It becomes a bit less great once you have like 300 layers, maybe, because you have a big scene. So this is where the node view is really useful, because it allows you to see your scene in a more laid out manner. So like, it's still your same layers that you have here. You can see them being highlighted both in my timeline and in my node view. It's just a different way to see them. So instead of having emphasis on the time, you have an emphasis on how the things are connected together. And I mean, it's as easy as if something is not connected, you don't see it. So just make sure it's connected and you'll be fine. But I'll touch back. I'll touch this in a moment. So now I'm going to get rid of all these layers. So, and instead of selecting all of them in my timeline, I'm just going to click on it and delete it from here, because it's way easier. And I'll go to my library and I'm gonna get another example, which is a beautiful little otter. Just to show you here, I have the rough animation that was drawn using, oops, sorry, that was the window. I have a rough animation here that was drawn in the software, and you can see the grain of the textured brush is really interesting. And I do remember that the animator who used it really loved this specific brush. I think it's pipe cleaner, I'm not sure. But yeah, so I'm zooming in here so you can see the grain and the texture. It makes it really fun to work with your tools. Because even if you're using a tablet, you still want to have that paper feeling usually when you draw, because it's fun. And to help with the drawing, we have what I shown you before, the thing I imported in the toolbar, is called the pen setting. So depending on if you have lots of experience or maybe you have a certain affinity for tablets, sometimes you don't. Like, I'm really not great with tablets, you're gonna see in a moment. But the pen setting tool really helped me have a smoother line. So here, if I don't use the stabilizer, which is what the pen setting is, maybe I'll have like a shakier line. But if I use the stabilizer, either in average or polstering, it will really help me have a smoother line. Like, if you look at the difference, one of them is clearly beautiful, and the other one is, I mean, it still has some charm and uniqueness, but it's not as smooth as the one with the stabilizer. So everybody has different drawing approach, so that's why you can set the strength to whatever you want. And we have an average, that's going to average how much you wave when you draw. And we have a pull string, and that one is really cute because it means that the line will not move until you pull on the little string. And I think this is adorable. Usually softwares offer one or the other. We just decided to offer both to suit anyone specific need. It also comes with a pen pressure feel that allows you to adjust how much pressure you need to put on your pencil, on your stylus, for it to be opaque or thick or thin, and it's really great. And you can also budge that a bit to the right, so it means that even if you touch your screen, you will not be able to draw, which is great for like sketching, because this is what we do on paper. Like, we barely scratch the surface to get a perfect circle, and this will help us to draw a beautiful circle or just have a better feeling of sketching on paper. And so that's it for the rough. I don't have much to say about it. I'm gonna make it play once so you can see it, and after that I'm gonna bring the colored version. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of the rough and bring in the, we also have the clean, but I'm gonna bring in the colored version after. So here is the clean. And you can see that some pieces are see-through. And this is because we have multiple layers. So we have a very good layering system in Harmony. We have each drawing on each layer. And sometimes you can even set some layers, you can give them pegs, which is a way to move them. I'm going to cover that a little more when we talk about cutout. But just as an introduction, you see here my otter is holding on to a seashell. But instead of drawing the seashell moving frame by frame, what we did is we drew it once and we are moving it with a peg. This is similar to using, if you have like a corkboard, you can have some papers that are sticking on the corkboard, and to hold them you have pins. So it's basically like moving a paper with a pin. If I go here to my note, you see this is the green box. So the blue box is the drawing itself, as you can see here. And the green box is the peg, which is what allows me to move my drawing around. If I unconnect the peg, my drawing will stay in place. All right, so you see here it stays in place, and the animation is just being recorded onto the peg. And this is great because this is the foundation of cutout animation. So in cutout animation, instead of using each drawing frame by frame, we kind of use it as a little library. So here, if you look at my seashell, when it's going to move, at one point it will also rotate the drawings. So this is possible because if I go here and I look at what my seashell has to offer, and I go to my drawing substitution view here, you can see that into the library I have multiple different angles that I can choose. So when you do cutout animation, this is also where you would find the different eyes shapes, the different mouths, the different hands, and you could just choose which one you're going to use at which frame. So this is what cutout animation is, and this is how it came from hand drawn to being cut out. Right, so that's it for the little peg introduction. So that's why if I were to change that seashell drawing for something else, I could then just create a new drawing and maybe have the seashell hold this blue circle instead. So now that this blue circle is my new drawing, I can choose to have it show up here, and instead my otter will move with the circle. There you go. And now it comes back to the seashell because that's what I have in my timeline. Right here. All right, and when it comes to painting, we have lots of tools to help you paint. But before I do, I will bring in my color model, which is that little picture here. I'll bring in into my scene. And that color model is just an image, but the beauty is that it was drawn inside the software. So it was drawn and painted inside the software, which means I have the hiccups. Yeah, which means that my otter here, it already has a palette. So that means that if I bring it to my model view, which is another view in the software, very great if you have only one screen set up. You go here. You bring in your otter, and then I can hide this layer. And then to color my otter, it'll be super quick and easy. I'll go to my drawing view so that it's isolated by layer. Very easy to focus on one layer. And here in the software, we support drawing layers. So to cut it short, it's a bit like in the old days of animation that was on cell. You had the line and the color on two separate sides, which helped for compositing, and it helped for like painting the lines without seeing the line work, without the paint going on top of the line work, right? But in digital animation, we use it to help with compositing and to help you organize your thoughts a bit better. So here I have the 4 different levels. And as you can see here on the color level, I have a bunch of blue lines. So these blue lines are just vector strokes. They are invisible. They will only appear once I put color on them. So I'm going to go to my model view, and you can see my cursor changes to a pipe. No, not a pipe. It's an eyedropper. Sorry. Yeah, it changes to an eyedropper. And then if I use my paint bucket to paint it, you see, if I click, it'll just fill these with colors. Of course, I'm going to turn on my strokes now so it's easier for you to follow. But this is really great because it means that your line and your colors are on 2 separate layers already. So when you want to composite it, it's going to make it very easy to work on. And it's also easy then after to color just your line art. Because if you get a repaint brush, for example, and you want to repaint just the line, then you don't have to work with so many layers in your timeline, since this is just one layer in my timeline. But it's being separated in 4 different levels, right? So if I want to repaint this line art a different color, I can do that separately from the color. Now they're showing separately, but you can also have them show both at the same time. But you can decide on which level you're working. So even if I do this, I will only repaint my line art. All right, so... and we have lots of painting tools like paint unpainted to paint only where there was no paint already. So I'm going to go to my color here and I'm going to paint, and it's only going to paint that little section. So very great, very quick to paint. If you mix that with our onion skin that I'm going to show you in a moment, it's revolutionary and it's very quick to clean up. All right, so I'm going to get rid of the clean and just bring in the final animation. And I'm going to show you with that a couple of like compositing and background integration tricks. So I'm gonna go get my ink and painted otter, bring it to my camera view. There we go. So I have my animation all finished, all complete. Yay! And as I said, the beauty with the software is that since we have a palette system that is very unique, I can also clone these palettes and then use that clone here, and I can tint that to get a different tint of my colors. So I'm gonna select just my otter's color here, and I'm gonna like blend them to give them a bit more of a blue shade to go with the background that I will import in a moment. So I'm doing this, and then you can tint all of your colors at once. You see here, I'm gonna exaggerate so that it's very clear, and then I apply it. And then in compositing or towards your scene, you can then switch between which one you want to see. So I'm gonna make it play, and we can just watch the colors. So here, depending on which one I want to use, it's very easy to just set up different ambience in your project. All right, but now this otter is starting to feel a bit lonely in there, in the white void. So I will just import a little background for it. I have it here. The beautiful thing with that background is that it's actually a multiplane. So here, if I make a camera move, as you're gonna see, right here, yeah, I'm gonna bring in a camera. There you go, and give it a peg. And when I make my camera movement, you're gonna see it's gonna feel a bit like a little bit like a 3D background. So I'm gonna get my camera. Oops, I'm gonna bring it here. There we go. Haha. I'm gonna get my camera. I'm gonna make a zoom in, and as you can see, if I move it, it feels like there's depth in my scene. And the reason why it feels like that is that if I go to my perspective view, you're gonna see that it's actually a 3D environment. So Harmony is a 2D software, but its host is nested within a 3D interface, which makes for very easy camera movement, multiplane effect. All you have to do is take these drawings and push them in space using the maintain size tool. So it's very easy to just move your drawings about in your scene. Very, very convenient, very easy. And if you want to integrate that other with some compositing tricks, you don't even need to export any image and go into other software. It's possible if that's what you need, but here I can just get a little system going on to light up my otter, which is what I'm going to show you right now. It's going to take a second to set up. So I have a node that is called highlight, which will basically just highlight my character. And I'm going to use what we call offset lighting, which is a very popular way to light up your scene. It basically uses a copy of your character to light itself. So like this, I'm just going to create a slight offset, and the place where my character is not is what is going to glow, just like that. And then when I go to my render view, because here it doesn't look that nice, but if I go to my render view, you're gonna see a nice little highlight. And now to edit that highlight, it's super easy. You just go to the yellow little square, and there's a lot of things you can customize, and it's very straightforward. So you have like the blur type, you have the radius, like how blurry do you want this to be. If I set it to 0, I'm gonna get very sharp lighting. But if I set it to like 5, it's gonna be way smoother. So depending on what you need, you can also animate all these parameters. You can change the color of your shadow to give it like a certain tint, and you can change the intensity, and it's very straightforward to learn all of that. And as I said, since we have our line and our color separated on 2 different layers, I can even get my line art and my color art going in there, and I can say that I only want my highlight to show, my color to show, and not my lines. Oops. Or I only want the highlight to have appear on my color but not on my line art. So there's a lot of things you can really customize with this, and it's a very powerful tool to work with. Like that. So now I have my line art that is very dark, and my highlight is not looking on my line art, right? So there's a lot of things you can customize, and it's very fun and easy to do compositing in the software. And it's very fun that you don't have to that you don't have to exit the software to make your compositing, because then to make some little adjustments, you can do these on the fly by going on your current layer, for example, and making any adjustment that you need. So if I need the nose to be longer, I can just take the nose and make it longer, and you see the compositing follows because I'm in the same software. All right, so that's it for the hand-drawn and compositing part. Now I'm just going to finish this with the beautiful cutout rigs that we have. I'm gonna get rid of this here. By the way, this background is a Photoshop document, so all the layering was done in Photoshop. I just imported it inside the software, and the beauty is that I already have all my layers separated for me, and all I have to do is like put them into Z-Space, and you can see if you added blending modes to your layers, it also imports inside Harmony, such as here, this overlay blending mode. All right, I'm gonna get rid of this, and I'm gonna bring in our little puppets. So here I have the first rig I'm gonna show you is the Punk. The Punk is a very nice rig, and it's not too complicated, and by that I mean most of it is done with like separate drawings. So if you need like a new mouth or a new eye and stuff, you can just use what I've shown you before, like the drawing substitution view, to choose between which drawing that you want. Let's give them a little happy face. There we go, like that. Very happy, very fun. And cutout animation, the difference between cutout and paperless animation is that in paperless you will like draw each frame. In cutout animation, if you want your character to raise an arm, all you have to do is click here and like move it like this, and move it like this. There we go, here. And if I set my tweens, the software will do the movement for me when I hit play. So you can move each of your drawings one by one like this, or you can move them in a group. We also have the opportunity to use dynamic spring like this that will make the hair move. Like I didn't animate the hair, we just moved the body of the boy, and the hair is moving after, and this is automatic. So that's really great. There's a lot of ways to make some process a bit more automatic to save you time. So if I make this animation play back and forth, you'll see that you have the hair that moves. And we didn't animate the hair nor the shirt. The shirt is also moving by itself. So that's with the dynamic spring. That is very great. Also, if I take, for example, the leg, we also have inverse kinematic, allowing you to maybe set your foot down or move your character with the body, for example, here. Or if I move my leg instead, I can then keep my body here and just move my foot. So it's very fun to use that technique when you work. Last but not least, with that rig, if I want to have my arm looking up like that, and I want to have maybe a foreshortening, instead of redrawing my arm piece, I can use what we call deformers right here, allowing me to reshape my arm to suit my need. So I'm gonna make a little foreshortened arm, just like that. And you don't need to redraw, and since I use deformers, it also means that it's going to tween automatically when you animate. But to show you this in more detail, I'll bring in another rig, and this is the shark rig. All right, So this rig is what we call a drawing substitution based rig, which means that a lot of things will be dealt with different drawings. For example, the torso here, I have like a front, I have a profile, quarter front, you have many different types of shoe as well that you can choose depending on the angle, and this is all redrawn. So it's great when you have a crew that knows a bit more about paperless but less about cutout. It's a great transition because it's like a bit of both worlds. It's like hand drawn and cutout at the same time because you do need to draw new pieces and stuff. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of the punk here, and I will then bring the shark. The shark is a funny one. So I'm gonna bring in the shark rig right here. And the shark rig is great because it uses what we call master controllers. Because as rig evolves, we are using more and more deformers, right? So if I go here and I activate, you see there's a lot of deformers. Don't be scared though, because you're not animating all these deformers all at once. Usually these deformers are great if you want, for example, to reshape the eye. Well, I can make like an angry shark by reshaping these deformers like this, if I want to. And all that is twinnable, like I said. So it's just a way, instead of redrawing, you can like try to pull the dots, and that's really helpful. But instead of always moving these dots, we also have a thing called the master controllers, which is what I'm going to show you here to end this beautiful demo. So I have here these little controllers. I'm going to make them appear by going to my master controller view here. I'm going to make those little fellas appear. There we go. So if I want to animate, for example, the eye, instead of moving the dots, or if I want to move the lips as well, instead of moving all the dots one by one of my deformers, I can use these controls to, oops, I'm going to set it to front. There we go. I can use this controller bar to move the mouth and stuff, for example. So I can make him happy, like that. He's a happy shark. And then I can maybe give him some blinks. He's a very happy shark. He can look at us and be like, what? What you looking at? And yeah, so it's very fun to play with these rig. Of course, you can use the controllers, but you can also use just the drawings like I've shown you before with the punk character. So it's a mix of every techniques together. So the hands is still hand drawn, so you still have to draw different hands because that's way quicker. But for example, for the mouth, here it's a deformer mouth. So it's very easy to get very, very subtle expressions like this. So yeah, that's our rig. It's very great. It looks fabulous, especially when it rotates on itself. So I'm gonna go here and I'll make that little rig rotate. Oops, I clicked on the wrong button, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna make him rotate like this. Yeah. He looks like a little surfboard. But yeah, so then you can choose the angle that you want and start to animate from there. That's very, very useful. Like if he's looking that way and he needs to wave at another character, I can just make him wave. Hello. Oh, and this sometimes happens. When you have like an arm or a piece that is behind others, don't worry, you don't need to stress about it. You just press on one button and you can just change where it looks in the depth because of our powerful 3D interface. So of course, since we have a 3D interface, we also support 3D integration. So if you want to bring in 3D models, it works. There's so many things to do with that tool. You can use them as reference. So this is the last thing I want to show you today. So I'm going to go to import my 3D models. And here, for example, I have this model. We don't really know what it is until I give it a little peg. I'm going to set that peg to 3D, and this will allow me to move my model like this inside my scene. So you can use it to, like, you could use it to give a little sword to the shark, because it's playing a game with his friend or something. So then you can use it as a reference. You can also animate it in space like that, very easy. You can either use it like this, or instead of bringing in a 3D model, which can be a bit complicated in your scene if you're not used to it, you can also import it as a 2D image, which it would be basically like having the software open on the side and taking a screen cap of your 3D model, and then you can just move it in space and import it to your scene like that, and then you can just trace over it, and it's just easier to maneuver because it's a flat image. And if you want to change the angle, all you have to do is click on the layer in your timeline, right click, and you can just update your model's position. Yeah, so very easy to use, very fun, a little feature. And the last thing I'm going to show you here is just a little more compositing with the same character. There we go. Before we before this palette, this template, sorry, comes in, I'm going to show you. It's the shark sitting in its living room with a lot of little compositing tricks going on. So I'm going to show you here. You can find the video output on our YouTube channel, where we explain a little bit about how it's working and stuff in a longer demo. We are a bit short on time today, so I'm just taking you through these a bit quickly. It's coming. So in that scene we have what we called dynamic lighting, light shading. So I have my shark here, and the lighting is done with our light shader. So I'm going to show you these in a moment right here. I mean, we have an autosave, which is a great thing, just saying. And right, so here I have my little lights position that I'm going to show you right here. So I have my light number 1 and I have light number 2. Let me zoom out so you can actually see them. So these are the lights, and they are the thing lighting up my character. So if I move these like that and I put them here instead, you see my lighting is going to change. Right, so I'm just going to bring them closer so I can actually zoom, and you see it changes the way my character is lit. This is done using surface maps and normal maps and some very cool settings in the software, and it makes for very easy lighting on your character. You have to set it up before, but after that it does make your life easier when you do your compositing. Yeah, so it's a very, very versatile software, allowing you to do both your hand-drawn animation, your cutout animation, your compositing. You can even plan your layouts, like drawing your artwork using our guide feature that I did forget to mention. I'm gonna mention it real quick here. Yeah, we have a guides feature, and these will allow you to draw your background, for example, here very easily. I can go get my guides like this, and here we have lots of things to choose from. So 2-point perspective, 3-point perspective, and then it will allow you to draw following a certain perspective. And if you want to have this, oops, I'm gonna show you there. And if you want to import this into Photoshop, for example, to paint your background, you can also do that, because we have a export to layout, which will export your layers into a PSD file. All right, so that's it for our beautiful software. I hope you had fun during this demo. And don't hesitate to reach out to us. We are active on Twitter, we are active on Twitch. We have a beautiful website, which is the last thing I'm going to show you today. There we go. So you can go on learn.toonboom.com, which will allow you to learn a lot about the software. It's all free courses you can follow. You can also download the trial of the software here. And we also have a wonderful community that I hope you're going to join and have fun with. You just have to click here. To click here, it's going to take you to our Discord where people can help you out. We have beautiful ambassador and amazing MVPs that are going to help you learn the software with a smile. So that's it. My name is Marie-Ève, and I had a pleasure giving you this demo, and I wish you an amazing day. Bye bye.